is my pleasure to be your host today and take you through the sessions which will be deliberated upon in the summit, followed by the awards presentation. The 10th Green Energy Summit, organized by the Indian Chamber of Commerce, has succeeded in achieving the recognition of being one of India's most comprehensive and well-represented energy events. And today, it'll deliberate upon energy transition with the cooperation of governments, industry, technocrats, financial institutions, and consumers. We sincerely thank our sponsors for their kind support. Our gold sponsor, Borosil Renewables, corporate sponsor, CESC Limited and Engineers India Limited, knowledge partners, ICF International, award evaluator, EESL, that is Energy Efficiency Services Limited. Thank you once again. With this, we request a minute from our august audience as we play a short commercial from one of our sponsors. Kindly take a look.
कहते हैं इस दुनिया में कोई भी चीज हमेशा के लिए नहीं रहती, लेकिन कुछ रिश्ते ऐसे भी होते हैं जो एक बार बन जाएं तो फिर कभी टूटते नहीं। कुछ ऐसा ही रिश्ता है हमारा आपसे, अपने इस देश से और अपने लोगों से, जो हमेशा हमारे साथ रहे, साल दर साल, पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी।
Borosil is full of opportunities. Every day is a learning for us.
आज ये कंपनी जितनी हमारी है, उतनी आपकी भी है। सपनों से हकीकत की ये कहानी जितनी हमारी है, उतनी आपकी भी है। चाहे जितनी मुश्किलें आई, कितने तूफान भी टकराए, हिम्मत ने भी साथ छोड़ दिया, लेकिन अपने लोग फिर भी साथ खड़े रहे। आज ये पहचान सिर्फ हमारी नहीं, हर उस इंसान की है जिसने हमारे ख्वाब में अपना ख्वाब ढूंढा, जिसने हमारे हर सवाल का हर जवाब ढूंढा और इस एहसास को पूरा करने में हमारा साथ दिया। बस इस साथ को यूं ही बनाए रखिएगा, क्योंकि अब आगे देखने की बारी है। एक आत्मनिर्भर भारत ही नहीं, पूरी दुनिया को मेड इन इंडिया बनाने की तैयारी है।
We are the only Indian company to produce solar glass against Chinese competition.
कभी जिस आग की तपिश में ढालकर हमने लगातार देश का सबसे बेहतरीन ग्लास बनाया, आज उसी आग को अपने अंदर जलाकर एक नए भारत की नींव रखनी है। जिस धूप को सींचकर हमने इस देश को सोलर रेवोल्यूशन का सपना दिखाया, आज उसी धूप के तेज से नामुमकिन चीजें मुमकिन करनी है। हमारे यहाँ ये माना जाता है कि जब इस देश की मिट्टी पर इसी देश का पसीना टपकता है, फिर कोई भी हो ख्वाब जरूर पूरा होता है।
If you want me to describe it in a one word, I will not say it's an organization, but it's a family.
It's futuristic.
Environmental friendly,
customer centric,
youthful and growing organization,
employee friendly and compassionate.
Borosil for me is a second home.
तो आइए, क्यों ना हम और आप अपने इस रिश्ते को और गहरा बनाएं, उस आने वाले कल, उस अगली पीढ़ी को साथ मिलकर रास्ता दिखाएं। बोरोसिल रिन्यूएबल्स, नए भारत की नई उम्मीद।
Thank you so much. As we begin our day, we welcome our chief guest and we welcome our summit chairman, first of all, Mr. Girish Pradhan, former chairman from CERC, Central Electricity Regulatory Commission. We request our valued audience to put forward their questions in the chat box, and we request all other speakers who will not be addressing at the moment to kindly put themselves on the mute mode so as to maintain the sanctity and decorum of this meeting. As we begin, for presenting the welcome remarks and also for welcoming our elite house, may we request the summit chairman, Mr. Girish Pradhan, former chairman CERC, to kindly address us, please. Sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope I'm audible to everybody. There's a lot of connectivity issues today. So I hope I'm audible.
We can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the ICC for giving me this privilege, especially when the real chairman is in the background here. And as usual, I have a great experience of his forcing his juniors to step into his shoes while he keeps a close eye, a hawk eye on what we are doing. But first of all, so let me welcome also Mr. Anil Razda, who's had a tremendous experience with the ICC, and I know that he's been one of the prime movers. So first of all, the ICC needs to be congratulated. This is the 10th Green Energy Summit, which is really wonderful in terms of the commitment that the organization has towards achieving our goals of green renewable energy. And I'd like to single out Dr. Rajiv Singh, the Director General, his excellent team, Srin Ghoshal is here, and many others who have made this such a successful venture. At the same time, I'm particularly gladdened to see that there is an excellent group of speakers, and we have a chief guest, the Additional Chief Secretary of Rajasthan. I hope he can join us and we can benefit from his views. Well, friends, I thought that I'd just take a little time to make you familiar with the way I look at this whole issue and I look at at green power. Basically, I am coming from the position where I think there are two main objectives that we need to keep in mind all the time. One is basically energy security for the country, which I believe is a very, very critical component of our national security. So I know that this many of my friends may not totally back me on this, but I firmly believe that energy security as a component of national security and a vital, crucial component is one objective that we have to keep in mind. The second objective we have to keep in mind is climate change, which is not just something that we'll face in the future, we are facing it today. I remember reading just a couple of days ago that the temperatures at both the poles has drastically increased. And this, friends, I think is not a very good sign. So climate change is the other issue which we need to address. And in that context, green energy becomes one of the most crucial instruments, one of the most crucial methods by which we could begin to address and try and at least hold back the damage that has taken place. Reversing that damage, my scientific friends tell me, is really, really something which, short of a miracle, we can't see happening. Now, the issue in terms of green energy, let me tell you, in the Indian context, is quite a lot a political one, in the sense that the political will to go whole hog the green way has been shown very recently. I have been associated with
I have Wi-Fi.
I think there's somebody in the background. Anyway, so and I've seen that the kind of commitment, political will that's been displayed over the last 7-8 years is phenomenal. And one of our limited successes that we've had in terms of green energy, renewable energy, has been, to my mind, very strongly influenced by the kind of political will that has been shown the kind of targets and the kind of attempts at reaching those ambitious goals and targets with the full backing of the of government is something which I think deserves to be mentioned right up in the beginning. Friends, the other issue that I think the summit would be well advised, and I'm sure will be taken up, will be in terms of not just green energy, but also in terms of energy efficiency. These are two sides of the same coin. And unless we are able to use the energy that we have more efficiently, even if it is green energy for that matter, the habit of having the use of energy in an efficient and optimal manner is crucial in our journey forward. Next comes, of course, grid. The grid itself. The grid plays a very large role as we move on to inducting larger amounts of green energy. The grid needs to be resilient. It needs to be robust. It needs to have the ability to include within itself scale, size, and location. Unless all these are able to be met by a buoyant grid, we may not be able to get the full advantages of the large grid that we have right now. So the grid resilience and robustness is crucial as we move forward. The next area that I think recommends itself is, of course, in terms of storage. And here I'm not just talking about large storage, which of course would be very, very crucial, but also in terms of the retail, the smaller elements of storage. Because as we move into EVs in a large manner, the storage properties and propensities of the smaller versions will be crucial, and some path-breaking changes have taken place, but I think it needs to be pushed higher. Of course, large storage is vital. You're not able to achieve anything unless you have that kind of large storage available. Now, there's been a lot of work which has been done on large storage, and some more needs to be done. The kind of costs need to come down, and the availability needs to increase. In the present context, world context, I need not mourn my esteemed friends on this summit that the crucial elements of storage in terms of metals, precious metals, and rare earths, etc., are showing us some amount of difficulty in procurement in terms of its manufacture and its reuse. So that's, I thought something that could be flagged. I'd also like to mention here the fact that the hybridization in renewables, I think will give us very great dividends. For example, of course, there are experts here who know much better, but I would just mention a hybrid of solar and wind to a large extent deals with certain shortcomings that are there both on the solar side or on the wind side. And together, it might be a much better situation. Now there's something that again ties in with the first objective I was talking about in terms of energy security and national security. Local manufacturing is vital. Unless we have local manufacturing, it's not going to fortify our plans towards making India energy secure. We need, I'm giving you only one example, and I'm sure we talk about it. There have been some substantial good news in the recent few months in terms of the manufacture of solar panels and the solar chips in India, which is something we should have done at least 15 years ago. However, even though we may be a little late, it doesn't matter as long as we have the resolve and we have the resources and we have our friends from the private sector who would not just invest but also steer and provide stewardship. This may not be still too late. So that's otherwise we are going to be at the mercy of certain adversarial entities that we know well and who would have our throats almost in their hands. So this is another aspect. And lastly, I come to hydrogen. Hydrogen, of course, is the future. We have just announced the policy. It was excellent, I thought. Ministry of Power deserves kudos for that policy. But friends, it's ultimately just a document. It's just a policy. And before I end, I'd like to remind many of the people here who've done this journey with me that the solar panels came up in India in 1982. 1982 was the time when India was the first major government to set up a Department of Non-Conventional Energy, which later on in 1992 metamorphosed into the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Again, that was a first to have a full-fledged energy. But I would like to point out to you that 1982 was when our journey with solar panels began, solar energy began, and we focused on it. However, we did not allocate the kind of resources, the kind of people, the kind of finances that were required to take this forward. Let's not make this mistake in hydrogen. Hydrogen is one of the future fuels that's going to revolutionize the way we access and use energy. And here, I would only humbly beseech everyone that the kind of resources that are required and the kind of resolve that is required should be made available to this particular sector. I look forward to this summit. I'm sure that I stand to gain a lot from the experts who are here. I once again commend ICC and Dr. Rajiv Singh and his team for showing such consistency. Such consistency is difficult to see, Dr. Rajiv. It's really kudos to you, and of course to my guru, mentor, and ex-boss, Mr. Anil Razda, who's been leading this in the trenches, so to speak. So with that, I commend the summit and thank all of you.
Mr. Girish Pradhan, for putting forward those points so convincingly. And we look forward to your support and valued guidance in the future as well. Thank you so much for the welcome address. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move on, it is now time for the theme presentation and address by our knowledge partners. And this will be presented by Ms. Sushmita Ajwani, Director, Power. Hello, Sushmita Ajwani, please.
Yeah. So thank you, Juhi, and thanks to the entire ICC team, especially Razdan sir, for giving us an opportunity to be a knowledge partner for so many years. We really cherish that, and thanks to Pradhan sir for beautifully summarizing the need of the hour. He has rightly pointed out the issues of climate change, the importance of energy security, along with ensuring that we move to sustainability. He moved through the imperatives around adoption of green energy. So thanks for beautifully summarizing the entire gamut of green energy. So moving forward, we'll present the theme for Green Energy Summit. Before that, I'll give you a quick background about myself. I am leading Power and RE in ICF Consulting. I am in power sector for last 15 years and primarily support industrial consumer to switch over to sustainable methods of procuring power, especially RE, and helping them meet RE 100 goals. In this summit, in this presentation, we will specifically take you through why this energy transition is occurring and becoming important to India, what transition we have seen till date across sectors and how it is impacting, and how, if we want to make this energy transition more impactful and more integrated to the system, what essential elements are required for it to be successful. So moving ahead, why this energy transition is occurring. So we have known about the impact of climate change since more than a decade. It has been well recognized by various think tanks and governments, and many policies have been done around it. David Attenborough's videos in WWF showing how the climate change is impacting the entire living ecosystem across the globe, whether it is Antarctica or coming to Thar Desert. So there is no denying the fact that climate change, which has been brought by human action, is very, very irreversible, and we need to stop somewhere. So Razdan sir, Pradhan sir has rightly mentioned that in India it has picked up recently. It has seen a political will of late, which has initiated the entire RE adoption in India, the installation, which has increased many folds, and now India is a example of RE adoption at a utility scale for different countries. So this is, if a political support is there, I believe like climate change and the issues around it, adoption of sustainability becomes more easier. So our commitment to sustainability has become more significant as we formalized our commitments in COP26 summit. And recently, we have committed toward achieving net zero by 2070. Countries like US, Europe, they are committed to achieve that by 2050. But given our transition and the kind of complex ecosystem we live in India, so the target has been well defined to be 2070. We are also committed toward shifting our energy demand to renewables by 50%, which will require around 500 gigawatts of RE installation. We have already touched 100 gigawatt as we are sitting now. And this target is humongous, but still will not say it's not achievable. It needs a lot of effort from the regulators, from developers, as well as from the government in totality. The third commitment that we made is the carbon intensity reduction by 45%. And the fourth is 1 billion ton of carbon emission reduction from the total projected by 2030. So if we see, these are the formalized commitment that we have made in COP26, which has like made all policymakers, regulators, developers, and industries to take the commitment more seriously and work towards it. But as we are sitting today, the transition started happening long back. If we see across sector, we have seen many initiative has been taken by government to integrate usage of RE or reduce carbon emission. In agriculture, we have seen schemes like Kusum. We have seen these grid integrated microgrids of solar, where agriculture irrigation system pumping has to been visualized to be done through solar power. Many such projects like tender process been anchored for Maharashtra, and I was also being part of it. So that's another welcoming impact which has come in the agriculture sector. Green buildings is been there for many decades now, like LEED certified buildings, and encouraging buildings to be more greener is there. In cooking, you have this Ujwala scheme where transition has been seen from traditional biomass to LPG and cleaner biofuels. Industries are trying to become more sustainable as the year pass. So if we see corporate PPAs, just 5 years back, it was just 500 megawatt. Today, it clocks around 17.8 gigawatt. Most of these industries are targeting toward RE100. There are massive corporate signing for converting themselves to these renewable sources, and now even concept like virtual power purchase agreement to convert their entire power consumption to RE is also being pushed for. In telecom, I will say one of the first of its kind where greening has been targeted in a big way. So it was initially being dependent on lead acid, but there are many telecom towers, for example, STT Telemedia by Tata or Vodafone. They have started using fuel cells which have been made by Bloom Energy. So there also a lot of work being done around greening the towers. Similar impact we saw in transportation. Power is the major area where have seen the maximum transition. We were a decade back only, we have nothing in RE space. Now the grid has 12% of generation coming only from renewables. Way back in 2010-12, nobody have thought that renewable can be adopted in the entire grid in such a big way. Rooftop was still thought of like a more adoptable technology, but nobody have envisioned solar and wind to be such a supplier to the Indian demand system. In oil and gas also, transition is happening. Biofuels, methanol, other sources being talked about in a great detail. Hydrogen has come along, and blending with hydrogen is also part of the mission document, and we have to wait and see how it makes the transition. So as we move forward, how we prepare ourselves for in the power sector for this green energy to get adopted more systematically. Pradhan sir has touched upon it very beautifully. He has talked from the robust grid to the green hydrogen system. I'll take you in detail like what is required. Sorry, the voice is echoing something. Okay. So the first point, there are 4 key elements that we believe the adoption of RE power requires in the Indian system. Is first and foremost is the robust grid, where we have the transmission network supporting such high variable renewable energy coming in. With the grid, we also need flexible generation, which can be provided through RE sources like hydro, or through gas, or through storage. So the third point, developing energy storage for complementing RE, it goes hand in hand with the robust grid. Both of them has to come together to make sure that the 500 gigawatt RE that we are planning to get absorbed in the grid is a stabilized source. We do not face events the way we have seen in California. There are different reasons, but it keeps telling us that if we are moving more towards weather-related, weather-attached generation, we also have to make sure that energy security is attached to it. So if there is a lean wind season, we should not get absolutely energy deficit because the generation didn't happen. Along with it, as we focus more on RE, there is a requirement that we push for domestic manufacturing, not just solar module, but also electrolyzers and other equipments, which is a part of the entire value chain. Today, 90% of solar modules in India is get imported from China. Government has made many initiatives. PLI schemes have been launched for solar modules, and I believe it is going to make a very significant shift in the Indian market. So it's another key area which needs further encouragement. And last but not the least is the green hydrogen ecosystem. So if we see the grid system in totality, as per LBNL's study, 140 gigawatt of additional transfer capacity is required in the grid to absorb this increasing RE for 2030. Green Energy Corridor Scheme has already been launched. There are many schemes and contracting has been done to expand this grid. However, a more aggressive, I'll say, approach is required to increase the capacity to that extent. As we were talking about the solar market and how it is dependent on the Chinese market, before the safeguard duty, which was imposed like end of 2017, and its impact was felt in 2017-18. The import was continuously rising. After the imposition of safeguard duty, import from solar modules have slipped significantly, and then we moved to the COVID year. And till date, the installation capacity has reduced, and imports from outside has also reduced. From April, the BCD will be levied, which is 45% on module and 25% on cells, which will again discourage the import of Chinese module. However, the kind of demand we are sitting in India for annual installation of solar modules, which is close to this year, we had 13 gigawatt of solar installation being done by March 2022. For that kind of installation demand, domestic supplies are not sufficient enough. Import dependence will remain, but as we go forward, we see the dependence will reduce further. Today, the domestic manufacturing is close to 16 gigawatt with the PLI scheme, where around 12 gigawatt has been added further. I'll check the numbers once more. So we see like annually we will have close to 30 gigawatt of domestic manufacturing in place, which will support the system beautifully. Moving forward from solar domestic manufacturing, the storage, it has started picking up. The graph which we are seeing on the right-hand side has been done by CEA, where they have forecasted the storage battery demand, which may come decade after decade. They have estimated 138 gigawatt hour for 2019-20. However, if we see where we are today in battery storage, it is only 60 megawatt hour. We couldn't achieve that for multiple reasons, the cost, the price around it. But now it has started picking up. SECI has launched a storage, utility scale storage bid for 500 megawatt hour. NTPC has launched for 1000 megawatt hour. And the way the RE is getting absorbed in the system and the ramping requirement is coming around, this will move in a big way. Before the green hydrogen policy, the green energy mission document was tabled in cabinet. The document is not available in public. However, the mission document was prepared with an intent to create India as a global hub for green hydrogen, and MNRE was designated as the nodal agency. Close to 30,000 crore has been planned under the mission. However, this is yet to be finalized. But the focus area is the hard to abate sectors where RE supply cannot replace the fuel. For example, refineries, fertilizers, city gas distribution. So these areas where your renewable power cannot make a direct impact, hydrogen is the way to go. So hydrogen, if we have to achieve net zero by 2070, it is imperative that we take green hydrogen as a way to go, because no other fuel can replace the sustainability components that it has. However, green hydrogen has its own disadvantages. It cannot be transported because it's highly flammable. Preparing a dedicated pipeline for hydrogen, it's another big issue. However, the government is going slow around it, but it is systematic. It has a desire to produce 5 MMT per annum of green hydrogen by 2030. It is trying to make obligated refineries and fertilizer, and that to non-urea fertilizers, to adopt hydrogen in years to come. The policy is already launched. It has been launched last month only. The waiver for interstate transmission charges has been extended to green hydrogen. So your green hydrogen plant can be multiple located, co-located. You can avail banking for green hydrogen production. So your renewable plants, which is feeding into the electrolyzer working, can be in Rajasthan, Karnataka, anywhere, and you can take the banking provision. They have given the RPO compliance certification for green hydrogen, where a person who is consuming green hydrogen can utilize it to meet its obligations. So this policy document, I will say it's a teaser for the green hydrogen area for India. The government is focusing more on a concrete. I think other speakers will talk more better about it. However, if we move more towards this green energy, absorbing it into the system, we primarily need a robust grid. a storage which is more reliable. A pump storage may works very well around it. However, given the gestation period, we have to move to the lithium battery, but it's the need of the hour as we move for 500 gigawatt for 2030. Thanks a lot. If there is question, we'll be happy to answer. Over to you, Juhi.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing those details with all of us today and for letting us know the developments which have happened in the respective area. Thank you so much for that wonderful address. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this we move on and Energy Expert Committee, and it'll be presented by Mr. Gautam Ray, President HR from Power Group, RPSG Group of Companies. We welcome Mr. Gautam Ray.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Girish Pradhan, our friend, philosopher and guide, Mr. Anil Razda, Shushmita Ajwani, for your excellent theme presentation. I think Mr. Amit Jain will be speaking, Mrs. Vartika Shukla will be speaking. We are all waiting for Dr. Subodh Agarwal to participate. And of course, we have our Dr. Singh is also there. I will just touch one or two few points because most of the points have been covered already. Sustainability is something which is not only today discussed all over the world. It is not restricted to the corporate world only. Every forum, every nation, every policy level, this is the basically writing on the wall. And we all realized by the time, if we are not in a position to meet the targets, what has been talked about, it will be difficult to really sustain, that we know. Mr. Pradhan was speaking about the climate change, what happened in both the poles recently. So COP26, what has been organized in Glasgow in November 21, is not another conference. It was a conference where you will find that you have seen that all the head of the states participated, and it was a conference of commitment. May not be a full-fledged agreement has been arrived at, but definitely directionally, I would say that has given a very, very qualitative change in the directional level. And India also, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, announced a very, very ambitious plan of achieving net zero by 2070. It's not really 2070 to look into, we rather should look into what are the milestones to be achieved in 2030, 2040, 2050, likewise. And the whole framework, if I say, is basically on decarbonization, decentralization, and digitalization. These are the primary focus, I can say, and we have a commitment that 50% of the energy sourcing will be from renewable, which will speak for having a capacity of 500 gigawatt renewable capacity. Now, when we talk about migrating to a system of clean energy, green energy, non-fossil fuel energy, this is not something building as a new capacity addition. It is basically replacing something. So I would call this as a transition. And the most important aspect is how we are in a position to manage the transition. It's not really building a complete new thing. It is replacing something which is there. So the investment what have been made in fossil fuel based energy sources, what will happen to them? One fine day, I cannot say that these are not required. These will be required because we are speaking about the stability, we are speaking about the base load, we are speaking about the reliability. We are expecting those sources to meet the demand whenever it will be necessary. So it is not the question of maximizing any capacity, it is the question of optimizing the capacity of different sourcing in a way that we largely achieve the direction where we are wanting to go. We means all over the world. I'm fully with it, but we have to really see that how that transition management takes place, and particularly with respect to the grid stability, reliability, and in a situation where customer is also playing an important role. It's not really a decade or 2, 3, 4 decades back when it was completely decided from the source point. What will be the use? What will be the mix? Now the customer has a great amount of choice. They have a liking, disliking. They can utilize the sources to their choice, to their preference, and they will be willing to optimize that consumption even at the equipment level of the domestic customer. So you have to think about the transition management in that manner. So the framework has to be developed in that manner. And the grid management, the grid stability, particularly managing the intermittency, these are very, very important. Now, we talked about the technology. Yes, storage, then hydrogen. These are, of course, important. But I tell you two very, very important changes I have seen in my lifetime happened in this sector. One is that automation, I mean, in a form of OT, what we call operational technology, as well as the bringing efficiency. So, how to make the new system where we are trying to migrate more efficient, more digitally driven, that's also important, and it has to be properly synchronized with the entire delivery mechanism. Indian market, of course, there is an opportunity. We call it solar PV, we call it wind turbine, lithium-ion battery, water electrolytes. Almost an estimation speaks that a 40 billion market we can have a share by 2040, and it is almost 10 to 25% of the global market share. There is a possibility. There is a possibility of India emerging as a real power of the manufacturing sector in this, covering this area what I am speaking of. On the issue of this consumption part, we have talked about the e-vehicle, electric mobility. Now the issue is not the electric vehicle whether available or not. It has to have a proper framework. Again, I am speaking that including the charging, including the public vehicles for electric use. So we can speak, this has to be a program of accelerated e-mobility. We have to think like this. Similarly, we have to think in a manner of e-cooking. Now, if we are deciding, and rightly deciding, on the direction where we are moving towards, then another important aspect I would say, unless we develop, is the capacity building. We just cannot think the resource that we have, including the human resource I am speaking of, who are used to, who are really expert in the present form of dispatch mechanism, present form of manufacturing, present form of utilization of energy or sourcing it, just will adopt the new thing. There has to be proper capacity building program in the form of, technology management. It is basically, I will say, it is a techno-managerial issue. Unless we have a whole lot of human resource available to manage that new framework, it will be difficult to sustain. So I will not repeat to the same points what has been mentioned rightly. Whatever my thought process was, I am really grateful to ICC to give me for giving me the opportunity to share those. And I think we will have a much more enriching deliberation in whole of the session when it is coming. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for that wonderful address. And we move on with this. Ladies and gentlemen, There's a special address now, which will be presented by Mr. Amit Jain, who's a senior energy specialist from the World Bank. May we request Mr. Amit Jain to kindly please take over from here.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to confirm that you can see the presentation and you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you very much. There are a lot of interesting things which Mr. Pradhan and others highlighted in the morning, right from climate change to green hydrogen to electric mobility. So I think this webinar has come at a very appropriate time when globally the economies are moving for net zero targets and high penetration of renewable energy, which is now posing a challenge for how grids can accept this higher penetration of renewable energy. And this is very important for the decarbonized future which we are looking at. Now, I will be focusing in my today's presentation what role storage could play in creating robust grids for higher penetration of renewable energy. Now, let's take a step back before we come to 2022. And let's see what history tells us. In 1867, Karl Marx noted at that time that the energy sources that would drive industrialization would have to be reliable, urban, and fully manageable by man. In 1867, Karl Marx evaluated horsepower, literally driven by horse, to coal and to wind. And he said coal is preferable because, again, it's reliable, urban, and fully manageable by man. Now, let's fast forward to 2022. Because of this over-reliance on coal, we have now resulted in carbon emissions from the electricity sectors for a third of all the emissions globally. Economies worldwide are now striving to achieve towards net zero targets in the context of a challenge of climate change. Now, how the emerging economies are moving towards this net zero targets. Again, as speakers, including Mr. Pradhan mentioned, energy transition, electric mobility, green hydrogen, industrial decarbonization, and many other initiatives. But if you notice very carefully, what is the common factor in all these technologies? The common factor is renewable energy. We need higher penetration of renewable energy, which promotes energy transition, electric mobility, green hydrogen, and industrial decarbonization. But renewable energy goes against the philosophy and concept of Karl Marx because it is not reliable. It is an infirm power. That's the reason he did not prefer wind at that point of time. That's the challenge we are facing today and we will face tomorrow because of the infirm nature of solar and wind. But with integration of large-scale battery technology, renewable energy can overcome this. It can become reliable, urban, and fully manageable by man. So in this presentation, very quickly, I will show you how batteries can help in maintaining and promoting robust grids in context of higher penetration of renewable energy. Now, in this slide, I have put 4 case studies where the different countries are moving towards creating robust grids by incorporating storage when the penetration of renewable energy increases and what challenges they face and how they are overcoming those challenges. Let's first take the case of India. Now, in India, because the battery is not monetized as against solar and wind, we are facing 2 big problems. One is curtailment, and second is because we have the evening peak power, solar and wind are not able to match that evening peak power without batteries. Earlier, we knew that wind is being curtailed in Tamil Nadu and other states, but now even solar is being curtailed in many states. 6 states in India account for 80% of solar capacity and only 38% of power demand. And this is today when we have 100 gigawatts of renewable energy. When we move towards 500 gigawatts of renewable energy, you can very well imagine the mismatch between the power demand and the informed solar and wind which will happen in these 6 states. Because we know very well that Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, these are the states which will continue to have the higher penetration of solar and wind. And what are we doing right now? Two quick examples. In Chhattisgarh, World Bank promoted SECI project, which had a storage of about 2 to 4 hours, was able to overcome the evening peak power and curtailment by using energy storage as arbitrage and also by using them as peak shaving. Similarly, there are projects round the clock and peaking power, which is trying to manage the informed nature of solar power and also trying to reduce the curtailment and the evening peak power. This is where the batteries are between 4 to 6 hours of batteries. So that's the first use case of creating a robust grid by using storage. Second one is behind the meter Germany. Now, Germany has been a leader for large-scale deployment of distributed renewable energy. But you'll be surprised to know that 70% of the home solar PV in Germany automatically comes with storage. Even now, for future, the e-mobility is also driving the use of BTM batteries in Germany. So this is a case where batteries are inbuilt in the system, in the renewable energy systems, and we are using them for renewable energy integration and also for ancillary services. This is very small battery system, but again, Germany is a very good example of creating RE penetration with batteries. Let's go from a stronger grid like Germany to a very, very weak grid like remote islands in Maldives. Now, if you go to any remote island, the grids are very weak. The highest grid over there is 11 kV. You can very well imagine there are no high voltage lines in remote islands. Imagine when an island has 50 megawatts of peaking power and you put in 10 to 30 megawatts of renewables, what will happen to the grid? The penetration, when it goes beyond 30 to 40%, the grid capacity cannot accept that kind of renewable energy. You will have the intermittent surges from renewables, which can create challenges for regulating voltage and frequency. And this is the challenge a lot of islands are facing because they are increasing the RE penetration. So again, World Bank in Maldives is working to put 40 megawatt hours of batteries, which will not only create the renewable energy integration, also help in regulating voltage and frequency. And these are 1 hour batteries. Here the focus is not to create arbitrage or to have peak shaving. Here the focus is limited to ancillary services. Finally, the diesel generator replacement, the case study is Africa, where if you increase the RE penetration with DG, it is not, you're not able to maintain the grid stability. But if you put batteries, you can manage a hybrid system of renewables with batteries and with DGs over there. The batteries are approximately for 2 megawatts. Now, this is for mostly for short-term and medium-term batteries. But I also noticed Mr. Pradhan mentioned about long duration batteries, which are not very widely discussed in forums like this. What happens when we go towards the net zero targets and the penetration of RE increases more than 30%, 40% in large countries like India? What happens? At that point of time, the big solution is offered by the long duration storage like the air storage or like the hydropower. Now, these are already operating in some countries, but the scalability is required. And this includes a variety of traditional and novel technologies, including mechanical, thermal, electrochemical, and chemical storage. Now, this can store energy not for hours, but for weeks. McKinsey suggests that by 2040, the large-scale storage will have almost 2 terawatts by power capacity, which is 8 to 15 times how much total energy storage capacity we have today. Now, biggest advantage is it is deployable, it is scalable, and it has very relatively low lead times when we compare to the upgradation of transmission and distribution. So in future, long duration batteries also holds key for higher penetration of renewable energy. Now, every solution comes with its own challenges. Storage has also faced significant challenges globally where it has been deployed. One case study, which is very famous in South Australia, when Tesla put 100 megawatts of system over there in 2017. It was expected to have two services. One, energy arbitrage. Second is the contingency spinning reserve. In 2017, it was able to provide both the services very well. A coal plant tripped in 2017 and the storage facility was able to inject several megawatts of power into the grid within milliseconds. It arrested the fall in grid frequency until a gas generator could come in. If the fall in frequency would have happened, it could have led to a blackout in South Australia. However, despite this success, in 2021, the regulator from Australia filed a lawsuit against the same storage system for unable to provide frequency control and ancillary services. Similarly, Tesla battery has also faced challenges in other systems where they have caught fire. And Korea also, there has been storage related fires. So of course, developers are working on that, but we should be cognizant of these challenges in the storage system. Now, this is my last slide, especially focus on India. What should we do? Because we are moving very fast towards the 500 gigawatt targets. And we have already done 100 gigawatts. First, and we are already doing that execution of green corridors between different states. And we are moving very fast on that. At the national level, again, one nation, one grid, one frequency aims to get full utilization of 500 gigawatts now by 2030. So this is another initiative which Government of India has taken, and very successfully we are moving towards the one nation, one grid, one frequency. Finally, in this globalized world, we need to interconnect our grids with other nations, with other continents as well, by adding storage in that. So there's a need to create a South Asian grid. We are already exchanging electrons with Nepal, with Bhutan, with Bangladesh, but there's a need to create a South Asian grid where India could be the fulcrum. And of course, again, Government of India has launched One Sun, One World, One Grid, which is again a vision. When the higher penetration happens, we can exchange electrons from India to Middle East or to Southeast Asia by having intra-continental grids. So I think we have to be very careful with this higher penetration of renewables, that we have to be having robust grids supported by large-scale storage if we are moving towards the 500 gigawatt goal in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful presentation, for that very, very informational presentation that you just shared. And it was wonderful to know some such global examples of excellence shared by you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on, and now there's an address by Ms. Vartika Shukla, who is CMD of Engineers India Limited. We welcome you, Madam Ms. Vartika Shukla, please.
Thank you, Juhi. I hope I'm visible and audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Razdan and the eminent speakers in the inaugural session. It's a privilege for me to be on this opening session of the 10th Green Energy Summit of organized under ICC. And it's really my compliments to ICC to continue this journey to bridge all gaps and bring to all participants, eminent experts, to make sure that the journey that we have undertaken, both as a globe and as a nation, towards the net zero is actually realized by complementary abilities in the grids and the power system. We know that when we are looking at 400 gigawatts by 2022, and the dream and the Panch Amrit, which has been so very eloquently and so very much in detail shared by the Honorable Prime Minister in the recently concluded COP26 summit, the need for climate change, the need for addressing the rise in CO2 emissions is an imperative which has to be met for the globe to survive and reduce the enhancement of its, global temperature rise. And when we are looking at that, there is a dichotomy which exists in terms of fulfilling the needs of the aspirations of the citizens of India to provide clean, affordable, as well as energy which actually reaches them to their doorstep. The grid connection, along with the renewables, holds a very important element in the complete process. There are a lot of challenges and which have been very ably addressed by both technology as well as interventions in terms of exchanges, in terms of contractual, commercial kind of interventions, which are also coupled by policy. The effectiveness, again, for these grids also depend on where we are operating, in what kind of weather conditions as well, which is again a technical challenge to actually overcome. The losses that we have, which have been over the years reduced, particularly in long distance energy transmission, still run in double digits, and they have to come down and meet the benchmark of the best grids of the world. We already heard that the top 6 states of the country almost account for 80% of the renewable energy generated. Moving on, when we look at the fast penetration of the renewable energy in terms of greening the grid and also having the e-mobility movement, particularly when we're looking at the two-wheeler segment, which looks at almost 65-66% of utilization of gasoline, which is expected to shrink faster than the diesel growth rate, in particular, will require a very good synchronization with these sources at an affordable price to each and every consumer. When we look at these complicated yet doable management of grids, which balance all the power sources and balance reliability, and we know it is quite effective in that way, there is a lot of opportunity for even digital interventions to reduce this and eliminate losses and bring in efficiency into the system. However, that does also come with the challenge of protecting these from any cyber attacks, any of these protective systems in terms of IT enablement to make sure these are insulated from such challenges. All these actually throw a huge opportunity for each of us, each player in the segment of energy transportation, whether it is suppliers of each element, how they're improving their production and their capability. We are bringing in smart solid state electronics into the system. We are looking at cloud computing. We are looking at wireless coming into the system. We are looking at a lot of other interventions in technology which will supplement that. So energy management, to my mind, holds a very important key as to how to minimize losses on a holistic way, not just the transmission at each end, but also its utilization as well as availability. This is going to help, and as we also heard a while back, Mr. Jain explaining how well during the peak hours, the intervention of storage actually balances the load, which is actually the future. This can be further improved by more self-contained packages in terms of both the software and the hardware. Moving forward, we also see that looking at this data, looking at analysis of this data and bringing in tools of artificial intelligence, which could even help in forecasting and planning of energy utilization would also come into play, with the room for a lot of entrepreneurs and a lot of even startups to work in this space, which they are already in. Yet again, if we see, we are a vast country and the distributed model actually works well for us as well. So decentralization of these energy utilization metrics to make sure that some area may be self-contained in terms of the supply and demand, while meeting the imbalances across the nation would also hold concerted effort and concerted analysis. The battery technology definitely is important to be scaled up, looking at simple fluids to store energy, complemented with this technology holds the key, not just for the power sector, but also for the process industries. There is a lot of need, if we look at a total net zero situation in the country, there is a lot of process industry which also needs to bring down the CO2 emissions, which today is moving from using fuel oil as its main source of energy towards grid power. And let me give you a reference, particularly in the oil and gas industry, which has in a phenomenal way, considering the reliability, which is enhanced significantly over the last decade or so in terms of the national grid, grid feeders, is immensely relying on the source from the grid, which is today mostly thermal power based. Process industry needs a 24/7 reliable supply of power. And if I come back to the point I made earlier, wherein we are looking at net zero on an overall manner, on an overall basis, to bring down the CO2 emissions, looking at availability of that to a process industry holds the key to breaking that barrier in the minds of the operator to make sure that the plants run 24/7. Green hydrogen is, of course, one such very significant step towards that, the National Hydrogen Mission, which has been launched. The policy in terms of the power availability and the Ministry of Power policy of the green hydrogen, which was launched, I think, about a month and a half ago, again paves way in a very systematic, meticulous way. It addresses the need for the entrepreneur, for the investor in terms of space available to generate the green hydrogen, how they can network with the grid to source that green hydrogen at a competitive price, how it will be supported in terms of enablers, the way the solar sector was enabled, looking at even opportunities for such entrepreneurs to even export green hydrogen, giving them space in the ports. These are all significant steps in terms of the enablement of green hydrogen. So going to the storage part, which is, in my view, the most critical element which holds the speed in which this renewable is going to kick in a large way into the industry, which actually uses power significantly 24/7 holds the key to its success. These are so ably supported by a lot of initiatives which have happened in terms of the renewable purchase obligations, which a lot of the process industry have used as a policy instrument to uptake renewable energy. The rooftop solar, the mini grids, the national electricity policy, which has accelerated the development of the power sector, the wind solar hybrid policy, looking at wind projects as an independent projects, which is optimizing the utilization of the wind resources, looking holistic as, one sun, one world, one grid. That is the future which is needed to be fulfilled as a dream of the Honorable Prime Minister. And it is important that in this world of today, which is moving, which is transitioning at a very fast pace, whatever is relevant today becomes obsolete tomorrow. So bringing in newer technologies, newer interventions, newer initiatives into this to make sure that as together all these work hand in hand, holds the key. Today we have a need for energy. The per capita consumption, which is 1/3, is likely to double in the next 10 years. So there is a demand. There are policy enablers to actually bridge that demand at all levels. There is already a thought process and a clear direction to reduce the carbon footprint at all levels. So the thought processes, the policies, the technology, developments are all synchronized. So it is only what is left is the actual momentum to break through and make this happen in a significant way. So with that, I thank ICC and thank Razdan sir for giving me this opportunity, giving EIL this opportunity, and wish the conference and all the participants the very best. Thank you for having me here.
Newer technologies, newer initiatives, newer interventions towards a brighter future. Thank you, ma'am, for addressing us, for that wonderful address and for sharing your kind thoughts with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest, Dr. Subodh Agarwal, will be joining us shortly as he has sent across a message of being in a meeting with the Chief Secretary. So meanwhile, we'll move on to the vote of thanks, which will be presented by Director General from Indian Chamber of Commerce, Dr. Rajiv Singh, please. Dr. Rajiv Singh.
Thank you. I think we have heard some of the best speakers today. And I think every speaker has given valuable insights, which are unique in several ways. And that's what ICC has been doing, and we would like to do that on the recent developments. We organize the platforms where we have eminent experts like we have heard just now, and update the members industry on what are the trends, what kind of policy framework exists, the challenges, and what kind of inputs as a industry body we would like to give it to the government. And while everybody gains from the insights and the knowledge, the conference also gives a window for members and experts to interact, exchange views, and also to find common business avenues. So let me thank all our esteemed speakers. We are truly grateful to begin with Mr. Girish Pradhan, who has always been very, very supportive and kind to us. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind address. Let me also compliment Ms. Shushmita Ajwani for extremely useful summary of how the renewable sector looks like, and vis-a-vis the commitments India has made, and what all needs to be done going ahead.
Thank you.
We are also grateful to Mr. Gautam Ray, our Energy Committee co-chair, and for sharing his views on how do you balance and the need for stability, continuity of things, the assets which are in place, created, how do we make the best use while we continue our journey towards more sustainable energy sources. I would also like to thank Mr. Amit Jain for bringing some very useful examples and bringing the global perspective, giving some of the live examples and making his entire deliberation very, very useful. Last but not least, Ms. Shukla for bringing in very, I would say, insightful thoughts and fresh perspective on how the energy security and the development both can be balanced, and what kind of potential hydrogen carries for a country like ours. Thank you. I also need to thank Mr. Razdan for his continued guidance, support, and I think I may not have enough words to thank him, because I thank him every time, but still I want to thank him again, because he has been a pillar of support and great strength for all of us. Let me also thank our all other speakers who will be joining us during the upcoming sessions. And we are also thankful to our partners, the gold sponsor, Borosil Renewables, the corporate partner, CSC and EIL. We are also thankful to knowledge partner, ICF, and evaluator of the awards, EESL. So with this, let me thank all, and I'm sure the conference will not only enrich all of us with the knowledge, insights, but will also help in advocating for a right policy framework at the suitable levels, while creating some business avenues for all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv Singh. Many thanks to you for proposing the vote of thanks. And once again, we would like to thank speakers for presenting such insightful thoughts on the respective matter. Thank you so much here with us, ladies and gentlemen. Before we move on to the first session, we have the release of ICF Knowledge Report. So maybe request our team members from the Indian Chamber of Commerce to kindly please release this report and be available on the ICC website as well.
Uttam, I think that is all. People can just go through it. We will be uploading it on the website. So we can move on to the next session, please.
Thank you so much. Ladies and after this release of the ICF report, we move on to the first plenary session, which is going to be on solar manufacturing and power. The opening remarks for this session will be presented by the session chair, Mr. K.S. Popley, former chairman and managing director from IREDA. May we request Mr. K.S. Popley to kindly please address us.
Thank you, Ms. Juhi. Girish Pradhan sir, former chairman CRC, Anil Razda sir, Mr. Rajiv Singh, DG ICC, the fellow panelists for the previous session, and my fellow panelists, Mr. Pradeep Kheruka, Mr. Nand Kumar Rai, Mr. Parag Sharma, and distinguished delegates, friends. We all know that in the last decade, the pace of growth has been phenomenal in renewables. We have gone up from 35 gigawatt to more than 100 gigawatt. Solar has been even more spectacular, from 1600 megawatt to maybe 3500, 38,000 megawatt. What is in store for us is even a larger target. Government has set a target of 500 gigawatt by 2030, 2032, whatever. So in next 10 years, we will see exponential growth. Now, what we had seen was when till 2010, 2012, in our renewables, wind played the major role. And there was feed-in tariff. Wind manufacturers, all the wind manufacturers had set up shop in India. It was a very, very profitable business. But when we started with solar, after 2 years, 3 years, we started with feed-in tariff, with reverse auction. And that created, of course, that reduced the tariff, but somehow we couldn't set up manufacturing in India because it was the prices were coming down very fast. And many a times this issue was raised whether how do we set up manufacturing in India, because we were trying to set a very large target then. Initially it was 20 gigawatt, then it was enhanced to 1 lakh megawatt. And that said, everybody was thinking, why should we send our foreign exchange outside? But somehow, considering we were trying to weigh between the tariffs and importing and setting up a shop here, and then those manufacturers becoming non-performing, non-competing with others. But then all this changed with PLI scheme. We had got a very good response. The tariff prices for solar have more or less bottomed out. Of course, they will continue going down, maybe by 10% every 3 years or 10% every year, whatever. But we are substantially at a very lower end today. And what we see is that maybe by April, we will have 20 gigawatt of installed capacity in manufacturing. We will be sufficient, that will be sufficient for putting up plants in India, and we will also be exporting it. Now, that is not all. We would also be, the PLI scheme for batteries, for hydrogen, which would be coming, I am sure. This will create an ecosystem for the whole of the manufacturing setup. Also, what we would require is maybe the ancillary industries. Mr. Kheruka represents that with float glass and EVA sheets and back sheets and of course aluminum frames, etc. Now we would probably, that would also need some support, and I am sure government is aware of it. If whatever is required, whatever support is required, that will be given, and I think we will have a whole ecosystem. Why this has become more important is we have been talking about, of course, energy security. That was not very, I mean, what we have understood in last 3 years through COVID, which has disrupted the supply chain and the inherent issues of importing, we had seen that has affected not only the renewable sector, but that had affected other sectors also, even the automobile sector for chip shortage and other things. So it became very important that, and that is why Prime Minister also gave the call for Atmanirbhar Bharat and vocal for local and all this. That had made a lot of sense. And now with COVID and then further on, geopolitical situations in Russia and Ukraine have further highlighted that we should have self-sufficiency. Energy security becomes very important. And there comes the play of having manufacturing in India. And we are in a good position today. It has drastically changed in last 2-3 years. With this, we have a lot of companies setting up shop here, and I am sure this will take us forward. We should be we will not be importing it. Last year, of course, till last year, the data given to me that we had imported more than we had set up 12 gigawatt, and we had imported components for maybe more than 11 gigawatt of around $500 million. So this is all going to change, I am sure, because earlier some relaxation was given for those projects that were bid before 2019, and they were given some extension. So they were allowed to import. But now with customs duty coming in place and with ALMM approved list of module manufacturers, I think we will all be dependent more on our local manufacturing, and that will set a tone for moving forward in transition of energy. Because if we have to go for 400, 500 gigawatt by 2030, and this pace will continue till 2070. So we need to be. Another important thing is, which will be required, will be one, the ecosystem will be required. Maybe government can think of special economic zones for solar, where you have modules and ancillary industry. Also, the government support will be required in R&D. I think that will be very, very important if we have to keep pace, and we need to export also. So there we would see comments from our fellow panelists on this. And with these words, I thank again, sir, Razdan sir, for inviting me here, to ICC for inviting me here. Thank you. We'll like to listen to other experts.
Thank you so much, sir, for opening remarks, ladies and gentlemen. After the remarks by the session chair, we move on, and now the remarks will be presented by session co-chair, who is Mr. Pradeep Kheruka, chairman of Borosil Renewables Limited. So may I request Mr. Pradeep to kindly take over from here, sir.
Kheruka sahab, you are on mute.
I apologize, sir. Thank you for pointing it out. So I said that thank you very much for inviting me here. I'm familiar with the work done by Popli Sahab and other eminent panelists and participants in the show. I will not spend much time talking about that and move on straight to the point. I would say that we have been involved in the manufacturing of solar components all the way back from 2010. And even as far away as 2008, we saw that this was a very promising field where some work had to be done. We took the plunge to set up a production plant for solar glass, which is a very, very capital intensive product to manufacture. What I have learned and experienced is that the first few years saw us mounting losses of 78 crores. It's a very large loss for a company which at that time had been set up for about 120 crores. So it was very challenging. I've been trying to work with the government since 2012, trying to have a proper manufacturing policy at the central level for solar components and solar modules. Finally, my learning was that we need to be self-reliant, which means every manufacturer needs to be self-reliant. How we did it, I want to share with all my co-panelists and other people who are attending this session, is that we started maximizing our output. There's no question of reducing the emphasis on quality at any point, because that would throw you out of the reckoning completely. So while maintaining a very keen eye on the quality, we were focusing on enhancing our output and thereby reducing our cost of production. So the result is that about nearly 3 or 4 years ago, we became the lowest cost producer in the world for solar glass. Now, when I say lowest cost producer, what do I mean? I mean that for every unit of consumption, we have a unit of output. And there we are the most economical producer in the world. The price we pay for our power when we are manufacturing solar glass is 7 rupees 80 paisa. The price the Malaysian pays is 3 rupees 40 paisa. So clearly, on a price parity, it's not going to be possible for us to be for being the lowest cost producer in terms of money. But yes, lowest cost in terms of consumption, we have the lowest cost. The other thing that we have done is that we have been very focused on our customers. So customers' requirements are something that needs to be met. And that's also a matter of logistics. That's a matter of making sure that the panel that he manufactures has the right quality of glass. So no amount of government policy support is going to help any manufacturer of solar components or solar modules if they cannot achieve the requisite quality parameters, which is really very, very critical. So this is something that is very important, which I cannot stress enough. The adherence to quality, maximization of production, and we are in a business where if you're making a solar cell, for instance, you are putting a wafer on a line, and the line is the same line that a person is using in China, Taiwan, or Germany, or similar lines. So how well you use that line and how much you can, what productivity you can get out of it is going to determine the cost of your cell. So here's a very important lesson for all of us. And I believe that the kind of response I've found from my own team in Borosil in rising to the challenge and achieving the required parameters is very heartening. And I can only say that Indian scientists and Indian entrepreneurs together can make India into a low-cost manufacturing environment. And there is no reason why we should not be eventually a supplier to the world for solar components and solar modules. There's something else that came up, which was there was some discussion on storage. And I have to say that there's a friend of mine who went to school with me. I am from Calcutta, as some of you might know. I went to St. Xavier's in Calcutta. So there's a Xaverian who was with me called Shankar Dasgupta, who heads a company called Alvaya, I think, in Toronto, manufacturing lithium-ion batteries. He's one of the two biggest battery producers in the world, and he's a storehouse of knowledge. So in one of the presentations previously, we saw that there was a Tesla unit in Australia that caught fire, or there was a fire there, and there were problems with supply variations of frequency, voltage, etc. So I think Shankar Dasgupta is a great guy, and if somebody wants to reach out to him and take his inputs, we could learn a thing or two from him. So that was pretty much all that I had to say. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I'd be very happy to answer.
So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now we have with us Mr. Nandkumar Rai, CEO PV Cells, Renew is Power.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Nandkumar Pai. I think.
Oh, sorry.
Rai, maybe.
My apologies.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I can understand because Rai is a popular surname out there. So first of all, thank you ICC for giving me this opportunity, and thank you the chairman and co-chairman Popli and Kheruka ji for making my presentation simpler, because I think more or less you have spoken what I wanted to speak. So it's good to have converging minds so that we can actually change the entire landscape of solar manufacturing in the country. To start with, Spina, I think the slides are not moving. One sec. Sorry for this. Yeah, okay. So I think this is a no-brainer that solar demand worldwide is on the rise, and India is playing a critical part. India is number 3 as compared to and China and US being ahead of us. And if I just look at this graph, this year is slated to be 220, 230 gigawatts installed around the world, and about 334 by 2030. That's the kind of a CAGR of maybe close to 5%. But if I kind of put the Indian story out here is, while Mr. Popli did mention, is we have grown very fast, and right now we have an installed base of kind of 50 gigawatts. But our vision, what our Prime Minister has said for ourselves, is we need to be a 300 gigawatt solar country by 2030. Now, if I just put my math correct, it works out to be a CAGR of 22%. which is huge. So India is definitely a land of opportunity for solar. I mean, that's a no-brainer. But having said that, if I look at the pie chart below, is globally, I think we have about 360 gigawatts of modules and 300 gigawatts of cells. India's pie is very minuscule. On modules is about 5%, and on cells is about 1%. That means we have a big task ahead of us. I mean, a humongous task, I should say. Currently, we are 18 gigawatts of modules and 3 to 4 gigawatts of cells. You know, in order to meet our vision of 300 gigawatts of solar power, we need to have at least a 60 gigawatt capacity to be in place, manufacturing capacity, because CUF, that is capacity utilization factor, is generally, if I just take what's in China, that's in the range of 50 to 60%. So if I take the same applicable out here, that means we'll be installing like 30 gigawatts a year. So I think it's a tall task. Okay. Let's see in the policy. I think each one of us is aware of it. I will not go through it. But what's important is every country is different and every country needs a different approach. While China also did a lot of hand-holding initially to have the entire ecosystem in place based upon what suited them, like bringing in feed-in tariffs by giving very access to low funds, tax benefits, land at absolutely a song. So I think because those things work out there well, but we are a democracy. So we'll have to also see from the point of view is what are the policy, initiatives we can bring in the country in order to shape it up. And I think I would say these are, to my knowledge, the three important, policy initiatives, which clearly shows the seriousness of the government to make solar manufacturing big. And that's DCR, BCD coming in so-called from 1st April. ALMM, we all discussed about this, which is mandatory now for grid connected power. And PLI, I think that's amazing. After a successful completion of first round of 4,500 crores, the second round of a fresh 19,500 crores will be up soon. And I think there are a lot of discussions and deliberations ongoing, right? Now, I think everyone will be saying is fine is you have barriers and trade barriers. And I think it's important to be globally competitive. And I think, yes, everyone agrees, but I think it's important that for you to reach that globally competitive mass, I think initially there needs to be a great amount of support. So whatever we talked about, the policies, what the government has come out with should continue for another 5 years or so. And then, we look at global competitiveness. And we, being a manufacturer, we just did a lot of brainstorming sessions, and we have kind of come to maybe there are 3 important drivers which actually can make a solar manufacturing company, globally competitive. Number 1, technology, how we can adopt technology faster. Okay, I think that's very important. India has always ended up in a catching up game, and there is a reason for it, because I think it's absolutely a price-driven market. There are no kind of support benefits. So India will always be behind the learning curve because they don't have money to invest in R&D. Number 2, the PV value chain, the dependence not only of India but of the world on China is known. I think if we are in a position to have the PV value chain with us, we'll definitely be having cost leadership. And third, I think there are these differences like Kirukaji mentioned about power costs and those issues, that how we can have the operational efficiency also factored in. So I have quickly one slide is, I will not get into much discussions. See, on the first driver technology, I think we have to see that India, R&D spends are hardly anything. We're talking about absolutely nil. In China, to our knowledge, whatever information we could gather is in the range of 3 to 5%. And if I look at, though PLI does talk about efficiency is an important factor, but I think we have to understand that the PV industry is still evolving. Even if you close the PLI today with a certain efficiency, after 2 years, the efficiency factors are going to change. So what it means is that there has to be a continuous, focus on how do I enhance efficiency. And for that, we have to maybe change the name of the game. While we agree the rupees per kWh is also important, but I think there has to be a certain add-on given for efficiency, based tendering, because that additional thing will just excite the module manufacturers to put in money in order to see to it that they are the ones who can supply the best and the most efficient modules. The second part is the value chain. PLI is absolutely right step, no doubts about it. But just taking some lessons from PLI 1, I think what we can do better on PLI 2 is we need to have more players. As we are aware, PLI has been gone to 3 big guys. I think it's important to ensure the entire ecosystem so that everyone has a level playing field, and more the players, more is the innovation, and more is the competition. And it's important, hence, to break we feel, to break it into 3 baskets. You have a kind of ingot to wafer basket. You have the cell and modules and the components of the ancillaries. What we just talked about, like glass, EVA, backsheet, and so on and so forth. So considering that, you need to allocate this kitty to I think these three different buckets, that will actually make a great amount of change. And finally, the operational efficiency. I think this is a very, very important point, because there's a great amount of difference. Let me explain to you first, maybe if you could look at the pie chart below. This is a study done by CEW, and what they have come out with is that's basically the operational cost for converting material into modules in India is about 14%, whereas in China it's only 8%. Okay, and this 6% is basically on account of, to our knowledge, these are the 4 important areas, okay, which gives China the benefit and India is losing that. Number 1, I think, just for information, a solar manufacturing, a module manufacturing is highly, material intensive. On an average, a solar manufacturer carries 3 months of inventory, 1 month in the form of RM, 1 month in the form of FG, and 1 month is in transit. Okay, now if you have a local ecosystem, okay, like a component manufacturing, okay, my inventory holding comes down by half. That itself gives me a 1.5% benefit on my costs. Okay. Number 2, we talked about CUF. We just talked about, Kirukaji just mentioned, how do I flag my, flog out my assets to the maximum by which I have a higher CUF. So currently, Indian manufacturing is dwindling at 30 to 40% CUFs. So even if I get into that 50 to 60% benefit, I think there will be another 2% advantage. That's what we find. And this can be actually brought in, because what we find is most of the machinery anyone is using here for converting cells into modules is all Chinese. And the support what we get is not right, in the sense is with all these travel restrictions, with the geographical distance, language issues, trust issues, all those things put together, it takes a great amount of time for a module manufacturer to get his line back on track if there's an unscheduled, disruption. Similarly, so while we've been focusing upon components, also I think it's also equally important to look at machinery. How I can have module manufacturing, cell manufacturing, machinery, how can we develop that ecosystem in the country? Because that will only not give us, better service contracts, better space availability, which actually improves your CUF. Number 2 is the workman skill development. I think India need to have more vocational schools where, good labor is available, quicker, because if I look at this pie chart of CEW, you can see that though in China the labor number of heads required for producing a gigawatt are maybe less than half what India needs, but on cost front is more or less the same, because the Indian labor is comparatively cheap as compared to China. So I think we have that advantage. It's only question of the skill development, how we can bring it out. And power, very critical. My power cost is double that of China. And I think even a simple thing like allowing open access by discoms, I think that itself gives us the solution, because I know we are in Hyderabad and we don't get open access for getting my power. I cannot have a kind of a setup made remotely for my captive purpose, because for some reasons, permissions are denied. So the industry ourselves can actually invest in these things, and we have an access to cheaper power. But I think it's more important that this should be allowed. And finally, the interest rate. I think China did a great amount of, made cheaper capital available. I think that's important. It should be looked from the point of view of priority lending sector, and so I think to just to wrap it up quickly, I just want to give my thoughts through or close them. Is short term, medium term, I think we the policy, whatever government has come out with, I think it gets continued. In the meantime, we work around is on the global competitiveness, and I think we talked about also efficiency-based tendering, how we can bring in. We talked about PLI 2, which has to allow 3 baskets and more participations, and finally the operational efficiency to take care of the disconnect between 2 different fabrics, that's India and China. So that's all from my side. If any questions, I'll be more than glad to take them.
Thank you, Mr. Pai. Thank you for putting in very important points. I think where you and Mr. Kheruka were in line was on cost of power, of reducing, improving operational efficiency, bringing cost down. And of course, we have talked about technology and PV supply chain, PV value chain. I think, thank you very much. Now we'd like to hear Mr. Parag Sharma, a developer's perspective.
Thank you.
No, thanks, Mr. Popley. Pleasure meeting you. And thanks, ICC, for inviting me here. As you rightly said, I will be more focusing on giving the IPP's perspective, because that is what we are. And we recently experienced buying modules from China to the tune of 340, 350 megawatt. And this whole manufacturing time was hardly a month. And now as we move to the next year, we have almost 1,400, 1,500 megawatt of PPAs, where we have to procure modules. And I can just compare, and we as a team are just preparing ourselves that how we will be procuring these modules through tolling or through the manufacturers in India. So I see that next financial year for IPPs and also for solar manufacturers are going to be very challenging. And I would say, why is it so? Because of the 3 issues. The first is that we all know that as we move closer to the end of the financial year, it looks almost uncertain, or it looks like grandfathering is not happening, which means that 20 gigawatt of PPAs which are signed will move to the next zone, where we have to procure these modules, may not be next year, maybe in a couple of next years, through the domestic manufacturers. So it's a big volume. With grandfathering not happening, and the number of bids will have, obviously every year India bids out 8-9 gigawatt. All that put together, it's a big volume which has to be procured through domestic manufacturing. So that is one. The second uncertain thing is that we all know that polysilicon prices are not coming down. They are still at $35. We all know that the cost of manufacturing might be in the range of $7 to $12. But whatever may be the reason, it is still priced very high. We understand that there might be some reduction in the prices in the second half of this calendar year. But as of now, the uncertainty is very high, and we might see the high model prices in the current year also. The third uncertainty which is there for the developers is the very limited local manufacturing capacity available. Though we are hearing these numbers, 20 gigawatts and so on and so forth, but if you today want to buy, let's say, 100 megawatt modules in a month, you might have to go for 3 manufacturers. That's the practical thing in India. It's really taking time to ramp up. It would have been really great if the grandfathering would have happened. Then this whole transition period would have been given to the industry, whereby the manufacturing capacity would have come and it would have balanced the demand and supply. With that not happening, it's going to be really tough with the limited number of capacities available to manufacture the high efficiency modules. With all this in place, what challenge we or what hope we have as an IPP is that, first of all, we believe that it's a matter of time. It might be the first 1 year which is uncertain. Maybe after that, manufacturing capacity will catch up. And in the longer period, it is in the interest of the country that we reduce dependence on China. And these problems might be only a short-term problem. If we are able to push out the model procurement towards the end of the next financial year, then things might be much more stable than in the past. We also hope that as more and more polysilicon worldwide is getting added, the whole pressure on IPPs on the module pricing will reduce. Currently, it's really, really absurd that a $7 product is getting sold at $35 and it's being on for last 7-8 months with no sign of that number really coming down. But yes, from the manufacturer point of view, it looks like a great year because there is they not only have opportunities to export, they not only have opportunities to play in the DCR market, but now they also have an opportunity to sell to an IPP like us. So it seems like a great time coming for the local manufacturers. But having said that, I have some doubts on the policy side. We are facing huge challenge in getting the PPA signed. You would have hardly seen any bids, solar bids specifically, over the last 4 or 5 months. And that is a matter of real concern for all the investors in the sector in India. Somehow, there might be multiple reasons, but leave about the new bids, even for the past bids which are being conducted, SECI or NTPC or NHPC, everybody is struggling to sign the PPAs. So that is the bottom line for all of us to survive, whether it is IPPs or manufacturers. There should be sufficient demand creation in India, which it seems like is not happening. And it's not just a matter of solar. Even for the wind, 4 or 5 times the last wind reverse auction has been postponed because they want to systematically close the earlier reverse auction PPAs before moving to the next one, and the earlier reverse auction is really not getting closed. So if the IPP long-term central bids are not happening, then India has to think about what are the other means of adding solar capacity. And that is where everyone is focusing on, can we go to C&I market? But again, in C&I, state to state, even at the center level, there are a lot of policy uncertainty. So at least government should focus meanwhile to promote C&I. Similarly, green hydrogen policies, one has come out, but other one which talks about the green hydrogen RPO obligations is long awaited. So policy movement, if it is not, there's no increase in demand at the utility level, has to be pushed to the other sectors. Only then we all will together be able to survive. The last point from my side, though Pai mentioned in his presentation that 5 to 7 years policy stability is required um, in terms of BCD support and ALMM support. But we all have to really think aloud that this whole thing is costing us as a country a lot. The 40% BCD is a number which should be a transitionary number, and government should soon come out with a tapering path so that everybody is planned and we come back to the same old tariff numbers as it was bid out earlier. So that is also something, it will be a comfort to both the sides, in fact, the whole industry, that till when these BCD numbers will remain and at what level and for how many years. So over to you, Mr. Popli. That's the comment from my side.
Thank you, Mr. Parag. It was very important to know concerns of IPPs, and what you had raised was on very important issues. The polysilicon prices have gone up, how signing of PPAs is still pending, and of course policy uncertainty. So I think policy uncertainty is impinging the IPPs more than of course the manufacturers, because there the issues are less bothering, and here the challenges are much more. So even for green hydrogen, we need to have a demand side. Issues have not been addressed in the policy, so those needs to be done. And of course, your BCD issue has been lingering on for many years, because we need to get manufacturing, and we also needed the prices to remain low. But then the time has come, a decision has been taken, and I presume that the transition will be smoother than what we think. And of course, grandfathering has been an issue earlier also. Some leeway was given. Probably government might consider giving further leeway in this. So that will be up to them. And with this, I would like to thank all the three panelists. And Mr. Kheruka raised very important this thing that for a new manufacturer, when he started, they were loss making initially, and then on their own efforts, they reduced the prices, improved their efficiencies, operational efficiencies, and I think it may not be possible for all the manufacturers, and that is how we get manufacturers. Some of them get into trouble. Similarly, Mr. Nankumar Pai talked about technology, PV value chain, and operational efficiency. So these are all very, very important. And of course, he needed policy support should be there for next 5 years, which I presume will be there, because considering that we are talking about now from 100 gigawatt to 500 gigawatt, we have a lot of experience behind us. The policy certainty is improving. Of course, signing of PPA has been an issue, because earlier the prices had been going down, and now the prices have stabilized. In fact, they are inching upwards. And the challenge is those who had bid at a lower price, and considering that now the modules will be costlier, there will be a challenge maybe for 1 or 2 years. That will have to be taken up. So I'm sure it may not, maybe some justice will be given to those who had bid earlier. With these words, I would like to thank ICC and the panelists for excellent presentation, and for audience. Thank you very much. I don't know whether they have provision for taking up questions. But
with your permission, Popli Saab, if I may just make a couple of points to Sharma Saab's presentation. First of all, my compliments to O2 Power. They have done very well, and I've been hearing good things about them. The other thing is that with reference to availability of solar panels in India, we just had a news report that came yesterday that only 30% of the industry's capacity is currently utilized. So there should be plenty of panels available. If he would like to connect with me offline, I would be very happy to direct him towards people who are right now able to supply panels ex stock. So there should be no shortage of panels. That is one. The second thing was that we are making about nearly 3 gigawatts of glass enough for 3 gigawatts of panels, and soon to ramp up to 6. And I'm sitting right now looking at the greatest inflationary cycle I have seen in the last 35 to 40 years. It's back in the 70s and 80s that I saw inflation at this rate. I've simply not experienced inflation. And every single component that goes into even even setting up my factory, whether it is steel or it's electric cables or it is soda ash that we use, is the price of gas. The price of gas has gone up by 60%, and the price of steel has gone up like anything. So everything is going up. So I would be very, very reluctant today to take any kind of a guess at quoting an aggressive price for any kind of a solar farm or any requirement for a solar panel. That's just my own personal experience I'm sharing. And the way things are going, that we're hearing today that the Americans are looking at further sanctioning the Russians and so on. And this is going to cause an oil shock price. It's already $117. It had been slipping down, it's gone up again. So we have to be a little bit careful regarding inflationary pressures. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, very, very nicely put. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Karuka, for putting these points.
Thank you so much for that wonderful session, which was managed really well by the session chair, Mr. Popley, and the co-chair, Mr. Pradeep Keruka. Ladies and gentlemen, after the session on solar manufacturing and power, we move on to the next plenary session, for which the subject is storage for electricity, grid, and mobility. The opening remarks in the session will be presented by Dr. Praveen Kumar, Professor, Department of Electronics and Electrical Engineering from IIT Guwahati. We welcome Dr. Praveen Kumar.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I hope I am audible and visible as well.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for having me this afternoon. And yeah, the topic today, the storage of electricity, grid, and mobility, is extremely important, because one thing is for sure, that in coming years, maybe within a decade, we would have made a serious transition to electric mobility, and it has direct implications on the distribution network, electricity distribution network, as well as the transmission and the generation network. Now, there is a viewpoint on that where we can see the electric vehicles as storage on wheels, okay? Because whatever is the capacity of the battery, we are most likely not going to use the entire capacity every day of the week. So essentially, we would be transporting the stored energy from one geographic location to the other geographic locations, and this can be used for what is known as grid support or V2G technology. And there are efforts in this area as well, where the chargers that we have today would be bidirectional in very near future. There are demonstrators already available, but they would become the mainstream, where the EVs can discharge their excess energy depending on the driver's will back to the grid and do the grid support or provide the ancillary services to the grid. And also maybe in near future, when the number of electric vehicles are large, they can also become a factor enabling the valley filling and peak shaving that is very, very essential from the grid's operation point of view. Apart from that, if we look at the battery swap mechanism, then those swap stations can also work as storage systems, because not all the batteries at the swap station would be used at all times. So there would be excess capacity, so we can charge the batteries using solar during the daytime, and during the evening hours when the load demand surges, then the stored energy can be given back to the grid. So that way it will facilitate the integration of the renewable sources, and also would kind of mitigate the impact of the intermittency that the renewable sources have. So these are the additional benefits that the transition to e-mobility would bring. And with this theme, we have two very experienced people in today's panel, and I would like to welcome Dr. Dev Mukherjee and Mr. Girish Nagpal to share their views. So I would first request Mr. Dev Mukherjee to present his ideas on the issue of storage for electricity, grid, and mobility. So Dr. Mukherjee, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Praveen. Good to see you again.
Same here.
And I thank the organizers for having me. It's really a pleasure to be sharing the podium with such learned people. So what I will do is I will take you through a small presentation, and then we can discuss on the topic, and I'll be happy to take if there are any questions. So I think a lot has been said about the energy scenario in India. As we all know, India's energy generation mix is heavily loaded towards carbon intensive fossil fuel based generation as of now. Out of the total capacity of 400 gigawatt, around 80% is generated through coal, oil, and gas, basically hydrocarbon based sources. India's non-conventional renewable energy generation is just about 100 gigawatt, out of which solar and wind are 80%, about 40 gigawatt each. Per capita energy consumption again is far lower than what we have at the global level. Even China is 5,000 kilowatt hour. And I feel that if India has to reach a $5 trillion economy, this energy consumption has to rise 3 times minimum. Now, going forward, I see that Indian energy mix is changing soon from carbon intensive energy generation to clean energy transition. Roadmap has been drawn up by the government and other stakeholders. Let's see what are the drivers to this decarbonization mission. Major drivers, as I can see, are number one, the government incentives and drive towards private sector participation. We have Reliance, Adani, Tata, etc. And I'll talk about Reliance a bit later. So CAPEX funding through government incentives, PLI, etc. have been proposed. And also the industry has been able to attract the investments investors' attentions, particularly the private players. Reliance has made investments in solar, Adani has made, and so forth, so on and so forth. So this is the positive sign. Now, demand creation by switch to electric and non-fossil fuel in the automotive industry, as Professor Praveen pointed out. Now, this is a very significant development that we are seeing globally as well as in India. And this demand incentivization by government is happening through various subsidies at the central level, FAME 2 being the current subsidy or incentive, which is on board. And along with this, we are also seeing several states coming up with their own incentives. So this is kind of creating a demand of these vehicles. So this is a very profound impact that we are going to see in the automotive industry in next couple of decades. Now, third is the technology maturity, aiming towards achieving economies of scale of renewable energy. So profitability through scale can be achieved once you have a mature technology in terms of producing mass scale, equipment, the consumables, materials, etc. So the entire supply chain is mature today. And last but not the least, we all know India has committed to become carbon neutral by 2070. So that's a kind of commitment that India has given at the COP26 recently. Now, storage solution through batteries is something that is we are seeing happening new, and Tesla being a leader globally. Also, as Professor Praveen pointed out, that once we have a significant number of automobiles, cars, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, etc. on road, and the statistics, the data shows that approximately 4 to 5 hours is the idle time during the day when these vehicles are just sitting idle, when people are working in office or other areas. So these can become a significant power source and can generate power and feed to the grid. So this ensures 24 hours solar generation, and also it can take care of the peak loads. Now, this is important because once we have millions of vehicles on the road and they start charging at the same time, say in the evening time, so the grid will come under immense pressure. So this calls for creation of large-scale battery storage capacities. Already we have public sectors like NTPC, BHEL, etc. They have tendered out for certain gigawatt storage through batteries. This will help the grid balance during peak loads. Also, it provides energy arbitrage to the industry. Stationary storage solutions through various battery chemistries offer flexibility of size, form factors, and life of batteries. So unlike the automobile, which, there are certain boundaries or restrictions because of the nature of the vehicle, the size available, the static and dynamic stresses coming on board. In case of stationary storage solutions, we have a certain amount of flexibility, so that can be used in a better way using various chemistries. And I talked about already about the automobile being used as a energy source. Also, the batteries, when they expire the automobile life, they still hold almost 70% of the charge. So they are not enough for the automobile usage, but the batteries can be used for stationary usage, even home inverters, etc. So that's the kind of opportunity that we are going to have. Now, let's see the electric mobility, the new frontier. Automobile switch to electric is the next disruption happening very, very quickly. India is aiming for 30% conversion of automotive from IC engine to electric by 2030. So that's just about 8 years from now. We are expecting that 1/3 of the automotive industry would have converted to batteries. So this is ambitious, but looking at the geopolitical risks hitting oil and commodity pricing, etc., form factors like two-wheelers and three-wheelers are likely to adapt fast. We already see an inflection point coming in these two form factors, and with the mainstream players like Hero, TVS, etc., are already in the field. So a 30% conversion will mean India will need about 100 gigawatt of battery capacity. So from almost, just about 10 or 15 gigawatt to 100 gigawatt in 8 years of time. This is humongous. And just to give you a perspective, this is 1/4 of the present global capacity of battery manufacturing. Setting up such a large battery supply chain will need a lot of planning, tie-ups with crucial suppliers for lithium, graphite, aluminum, magnesium, and other critical items. Unfortunately, none of these are available, nor are the processing technologies available in India. And as we all know, China controls almost 90% of these value chains. So this is going to take a couple of decades for India to become energy secure in this new battery economy. So this is very, very critical that we are definitely talking about a switch to battery mobility, but we need to keep an eye on the supply chain that goes with it. Now, I will give an example of how Reliance New Energy is planning its new endeavor into the energy space with their energy delivery business. That's how they call it. And all these information are available in the public domain. So Reliance is planning a major foray into this new age energy. They have planned to invest $10 billion in creating this new energy universe of solar, hydrogen, and battery. And out of these three technologies, they will set up manufacturing for solar cells, electrolyzers, and gray hydrogen. That's the plan as of now. So they plan to achieve economies through large scale generation. And the overall business model is create a huge energy delivery system. So the focus is to create a whole energy delivery system through automotive, through home, solar, and through industrial energy delivery. They're also developing a huge export market for hydrogen. Now, this is very important, and I'm seeing this first time happening in India. As hydrogen will play a major role in global energy market, Reliance wants to take the lead in it, and they want to become a major hydrogen player in the global market. This is a shift in the energy economy of India from being a largely domestic-oriented industry to a mix of domestic and export. As Reliance's oil refinery business is likely to dip in the new energy era, they will shift to new business of alternate energy. So this is something very, very important for India becoming a major player in the global energy space. So overall, I see a major shift in the India's energy strategy. The new strategy is getting a new energy mix with major share of renewables, Solar alone is planned to be 300 gigawatt, as one of the speaker earlier showed, from around 50 now. So there's going to be a 6 times more capacity addition. So apart from domestic, the export market we talked about is going to be a whole new ecosystem, seems to be emerging. IEFA recommends creation of financial instruments like derivatives for electricity to be traded on commodity exchange. Now, this will give alternate to producers, consumers from long-term PPAs, and also, instruments like this can.
I'm sorry to drop in, Dr. Mukherjee, but yeah, in the interest of time, I would request
Just
you
conclude.
to
This
wind
is
up.
the final
Yeah.
slide, and I'm just
Thank you.
concluding that the issues and challenges are we know in equal proportion in India. Electricity is a political commodity, and there are several T&D losses, etc. They need to be taken care of. Of course, a very critical element that we are staring at is the price shock that is coming. First, it was pandemic, and now supply chain disruptions and war, etc. And recycling, last but not the least, is something that we got to be very, very keenly aware of. So this is my view that we are looking at a entirely new energy space in India, and which is a big mix of renewables and a shift from the original fossil fuel based energy sources. So that's it from me, and over to you, Professor Praveen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Mukherjee, for your insights. Now I would request Mr. Girish Nagpal to share his thoughts. So the floor is yours, Mr. Nagpal.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Praveen Kumar.
Thank you.
Allow me to share my screen before I get going. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, it's visible.
Just give me a moment. Wonderful. A very good afternoon to one and all. At the onset, let me take this privilege to thank ICC, Dr. My namesake, Mr. Girish Pradhan, Honorable Mr. Razdan, my fellow panelist, Mr. Mukherjee, other dignitaries on the dais and audience. I am Girish Nagpal. I represent a company called Metrorite. We are into the electric mobility space, and so wonderful to be here amongst such august audience and dignitaries. So let me start with a favorite quote of the great George Bernard Shaw, which is very close to my heart. He says, "Progress is impossible without a change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything." We are today at a juncture where we are at the cusp of a big change, but just look at the history when the whole world changed from the good old horse carts or the buggies as they were called to the motorized transport. It was not just a change how people commute, it was a change of complete mindset, because everything had to be changed from the way we commute, right from the infrastructure. Roads had to be built, so there was a need of a lot of raw materials like asphalt and all of that. Road laws were to be created, street signs were to be made, and then of course the most importantly, the heart of the of any automobile, the gasoline production, the whole supply chain around the distribution was to be built. And that happened because there was an intent, there was a value which people saw, which government saw, which stakeholders saw, and of course the rest is history, as they say. Today again, I see this is a very, very similar analogy where we stand today. The world is moving from ICE engines to the electric mobility, and definitely exactly the same paradigm. It's not just a change the way people commute, it's a complete paradigm shift. The whole infrastructure needs to be built, right from the charging infrastructure to the softwares to the power storage and transmissions, and of course the whole supply chain, not just with the OEMs but also the complete ecosystem and stakeholders, and most importantly the user behavior. I think of course that's a topic for some another day. I will focus on the agenda today, which is the energy storage, and there also I see a huge sea of change coming in, because energy storage plays a very important role in grid integration and balancing of variable generation sources. By increasing the system's overall flexibility, it can improve power quality, reduce peak demand, enhance capacity of distribution and transmission grids, and of course, avoid and reduce the deviation in the penalties, etc. So use of energy storage systems by residential, commercial, industrial consumers in conjunction with renewable energy has the potential to improve power quality and reliability of such consumers. This would also allow the minimization of diesel consumption from backup power applications. Energy storage is the main component of EVs, both in terms of cost as well as the performance determination. So the thrust of electric mobility utilization, ingenious, modern and reliable energy storage would significantly reduce our country's dependence on the imported fossil fuels and the energy storage systems. I'm sure the Niti Aayog, as we all know, is coordinating this work relating to the energy storage at a war footing. There are so many storage technologies like the thermal, the compressed energy, the hydrogen, of course, the pumped hydrogen electric has been spoken already. So I will quickly jump into something which we relate to, or which I see as the future potential, which is the lithium-ion battery. Like the lithium-ion batteries are by far the most popular battery storage option today, and they control more than 90% of the global grid battery storage market. Compared to other battery options, they are high in terms of energy density and very lightweight. New innovations such as replacing graphite with silicon to increase the battery's power capacity are seeking to make the lithium-ion batteries even more competitive in the long run. So lithium-ion today is frequently used in developing countries for even for rural electrification. Lithium ions are paired with solar panels, as one of the panel speakers spoke about already, to allow the household and businesses to use very limited amount of electricity to charge the cell phones, run applications, and even lighting the buildings. So when it comes to storage energy using batteries, the electric car also has a major role to play, as Dr. Mukherjee already spoke about. Now we can look at two key ways in this. I will come to the V2G, which is, I think, the talk of the town now. But the first option is also the stationary energy storage with batteries. Because once the lithium-ion batteries can no longer be used to power a vehicle, these batteries can actually be repurposed and integrated into stationary energy storage systems, which basically solves a bigger problem the industry is facing today. But let me talk about the V2G, which today I think the whole world is talking about. It has become the buzzword. These are lithium-ion batteries mostly used in the battery energy storage spaces. Developing vehicle-to-grid technology means that they can be used while still installed in a EV, a mobile energy storage system, so to say, and it can be used to supply their energy storage back to the electricity grid whenever it is required. Dr. Praveen did briefly touch upon it, but I would want to go a little deeper into this. V2G has become a buzzword, and why? Because it's charging there are almost 50 plus V2G projects around the world which are trying to figure out how to make this work for all the stakeholders in the sector. There are EV owners, there are utility players, there are OEMs, and of course the EV charging developers who are working on different modules, different business models for the V2G, because V2G technology involves communication between EV chargers and the power grid to delay charging and to dispatch stored electricity back to the grid, providing demand response and frequency regulation services. This effectively turns EV batteries into an energy storage resource, which I think is going to be a game changer. Because EV, we spoke about, Dr. Mukherjee mentioned that we are looking at 30% of our automobiles converting into electric by 2030. So, of course, there are scenarios which assume that most of this charging occurs at home, where the projected influx of EVs could actually create an added stress on the grid during the peak demand hours. But there is another scenario wherein a higher percent of B2B fleets and lower individual ownerships charging could occur in concentrated distributed sites. There are countries where there is a dependence on renewable resources like Denmark, UK, and the US. Utilities and grid operators are becoming interested in V2G as one option to balance impact of EVs and renewable energy on the grid. So V2G technology, I believe, can offer load management through demand regulation, through energy storage and frequency regulation. Demand regulation involves reducing charging speeds and shifting charging times to smooth out fluctuations in demand, and of course the better match of demand and supply, which again addresses a big issue which we always face, because there is a generation and there is a consumption and there is always a mismatch. So battery swapping, again, one of the panelists did touch upon it. So we as a company rely a lot on battery swap. Of course, this is more to do to address the B2B downtimes which we face. But I think the battery swap also has a huge application when it comes to power storage in the long term. Dr. Praveen spoke about it again, because this can actually be done in a way, because today there are a lot of companies working into battery swap, and I know of quite a few interesting projects which are working around the artificial intelligence and ML based programs, wherein they can actually differentiate or slow down the charging speeds based on the demand coming in. So there is definitely, you have access to every single battery or the EV which is running on the road, and you know when this guy is going to come to my station. So accordingly, you can fast charge, slow charge, or super slow charge to optimize the battery performance, and as well as use these as a energy storage mechanism, and at the same time use different renewable sources like solar to basically propel this charging. So I think energy storage using batteries from electric vehicles is just a good news, not just for the environment, but for the whole sector in general. If you're looking at for further reasons to get behind battery storage through EVs, consider the peace of mind that it will create for the energy producer as well as the consumer. So I believe there are so many options available in this sector, and we are still scratching the surface as of now. Newer and newer business models are evolving, and I'm sure it will evolve in the next few years, which will change the whole paradigm of not just electric mobility, but also the way we do storage in terms of electric from the grid and to the consumer. I think that's it from my side for now. I'll be happy to take any questions, if any. Over to you, Dr. Praveen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Nagpal. So I think both these speakers, they captured the essence of the topic very well, and I thank both of them for their views. I guess we have a couple of minutes for the audience to ask their questions, so I'll open the floor to the audience. If there are questions, then they can just ask it or even type it in the chat box. Either way is all right. Okay, well, if there are no questions, then at least there's a question from my end. So what, in your viewpoint, is the time frame?
Razdan here.
Yeah, please.
I think the sessions have been very interesting. I was just wondering if any one of you is thought that you could do an experimental city in India where we could do this battery swapping or storage. You see, some pilot needs to be done on a city scale, if not on a town scale. And maybe the players, major players, have to come together. Maybe 2 pilots in the country, if you could suggest on your own, since you people are working on it. Because till you implement a thing on the ground, you see, and see the actual place where it bites and how it bites, the time for theory is over. There's very little time for practical transition, according to some of the statistics that are coming out in respect of pollution and for other issues. Have you ever thought of that we should do some pilots for this battery swapping or whatever local grid support we want to do with batteries? We're talking of smart cities. Let us begin with a smart city, 2 smart cities in the country. Professor?
Yeah, well, some pilots for battery swap do exist in the country, but they don't support V2G because the regulations or the discoms don't allow us to inject the electricity back to the grid. So until unless they give the permission, we are helpless, actually. That's the trouble.
No, I think, you see, for a pilot, if you are in talk with the local state, bringing out the levels of pollution, etc., the need to change, and particularly through the Smart City initiative, I'm sure they will support you for a local basis.
In principle, they always support us, but as soon as the permission and the approvals come in, then the files get stuck in the state secretariat. And at least as a professor, I really don't have the capacity to chase the files, and I gave up. So I don't know about my other colleagues, Mr. Nagpal or Dr. Mukherjee. What has been your experience? Give up was my experience, unfortunately, after 2 years.
I completely echo with you. Of course, there are policies and execution challenges, but yeah, step one, whatever is in our hands, we are using a lot of battery swap already. But yeah, when it comes to giving back to the grid, there are a lot of challenges. As of now, there's a huge challenge even getting the power from the grid. So the other step. So definitely, I'm sure there is a lot of work happening. So I can't say it's not, the intent is not there, because we see the intent definitely coming in, but I think it has to percolate with time, because it's not that they don't want, but it's the basic hygiene as of now is getting set, and this I think would be the next step. Maybe we should expect that in the next 4 to 5 years. But when it comes to battery swap as a pilot, definitely we are already doing that in Bangalore. Most of our vehicles are running on the swap mechanism today.
Dr.
Same, as far as battery swap is concerned, our 3-wheelers are running on battery swap. Almost 150, 200 vehicles are currently running. We are working with a company called Sun Mobility, who are kind of pioneers in this field. And the major stakeholders, as we all know, are the government entities, the grid, and also the OEM. So it is a a game where every stakeholder has to come together. Then only we can do at the scale and the speed at which government is talking this transition about. Otherwise it will happen, but it will take maybe 30 years, 50 years. That that is a kind of incremental change that we are used to seeing in India. But this time, what government is talking about and the other factors in support are, we are not looking at incremental change. We are looking at a radical change, which generally doesn't happen in India because of the structure of our policy making, implementation, state level, central level, etc. Even getting a change of land use takes something like 3 to 5 years on the ground. So I think this is where some major shift has to happen. Otherwise, technology is ready. That is very important. Technology is ready. Economics will come once you have the scale, and scale can come once you have the other favorable factors. So it's a bit of a chicken and egg as far as the back to grid is concerned, but I'm very sure it will happen. And also we have to keep in mind that these are early days. It's a nascent industry, but next 5 years, I do see that there is going to be a sharp, spike. And I hope that certain at state level kind of single window kind of clearance or a sort of a nodal agency should be created who can take care of these ground level issues. This is where things get stuck.
Okay, so there is an important suggestion from Disha here. So can I try to help with coordinating state government permission and clearance if that is the only constraint for doing the pilot? Yes, of course, that's a major constraint. I won't say the only constraint, but a major constraint. If
I think you rope in Disha. She's a very enthusiastic player in the game.
Yeah.
And she's working on microgrids earlier. Let her utilize her energies. She's been working with industry also. So please utilize it, because I'm an impatient young man. I want these things to happen in my lifetime. And 50-year perspective, 30-year perspective, I don't believe in. By that time, I think I lose all my hair, if at all. And the other point is that, yes, it is good to talk on the future, but you've seen China, they do first, they talk later. We keep talking without putting it on ground. Yeah. So let's, I think as an industry, as governance and academia, let's get together and do it on the ground.
Completely agree with you.
We from the industry, we are willing. We have absolutely ready to take the lead. We are also ready to fund it. Any pilot program, anything. But we just don't have time to run around the government departments and chasing the files. So that's not our play. But definitely,
Disha has offered, and
sure.
I think if the chamber can help do this experiment, maybe it'll go a long way in pushing this thing forward.
I completely agree with you.
Thank
Sure,
you.
sir. I'll connect with Disha and put her on to the
Today,
speakers.
whoever is willing, and let's pick on 2 or 3 target cities or 4, and whichever one comes on the line, let it come on. Town, let us say, if not a city to begin with.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think with this, I end this session and hand it over to Ms. Malhotra. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Praveen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Mukherjee.
Thank you so much. It was a wonderful session, very interactive and knowledgeable, I suppose. And thank you so much for those wonderful suggestions which came up our way. Ladies and gentlemen, after this wonderful session that we just had on storage for electricity, grid and mobility, it's time for the final plenary session before we move on to the awards. Plenary session number 3, which is on hydrogen as an automotive fuel. So as we begin with this session, may I request the session chair, Mr. Pankaj Kumar Satija, MD, Tata Steel Mining Limited, to kindly present the opening remarks and also kindly take over from here. We welcome Mr. Pankaj Kumar Satija. Sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be part of this program. And as we all know that how this fuel cell is taking shape and moving towards the newer directions. And a lot of developments have been taken. And if you see the journey of fuel cell, it was first invented by William Grove in 1839. And from then onward, because of the regions, maybe economics and others, again, it is talk of the town, and everyone believes that whatever the prices are there today, there will be definitely a price which will be affordable. There are talks which are going in terms of total cost of ownership. There are talks which are also in the direction of the recyclability compared to the BEV. And in the overall scenario, when everyone believes that going forward, the hydrogen cell will have a bigger role in terms of climate change, decarbonization, and others. So there are different types of fuel cells, as we all know, that depending upon the electrolyte what is being used, from the proton exchange membrane to alkaline fuel cell, phosphoric acid fuel cell, solid oxide fuel cells, and molten carbon fuel cell. So definitely different players are working on these directions. There are certain policy overview also have been spelled out. Like US government has clarified that the leading role of hydrogen energy is in transportation transformation in all of the above energy starting in 2014. California Fuel Cell Partnership has outlined targets for 1 million FCEV by 2030. China also, similar to BEV, the government is focusing first on commercial applications of FCEV. And they feel that it is easier to regulate and deploy at a larger scale. Europe, we all know that hydrogen roadmap where 500,000 fuel cell LCVs and 45,000 fuel cell trucks and buses on the road by 2030. Japan has also a target of 1,200 FC buses and 10,000 forklifts by 2030. They have their own hydrogen starting in 2017. And Government of India has also taken a lead on that directions. And recently we have seen Mr. Nitin Gadkari coming in the Toyota unit and setup. So going forward, on overall macro part of total cost of ownership, the recyclability part of it, and the projections and the directions that going forward, the cost will be lower. And there are also directions that while the component may be costly, but then these are lighter, and it also help in the running cost. So there are many journeys, many leads, there are many takeaways which will unfold in the coming days. And with that, I would like to invite Mr. Urja Bhattacharya, Director Projects NTPC, to share his thoughts and views. Mr. Bhattacharya.
Thank you, Mr. Satija. I hope I'm audible and visible.
Yeah, perfect.
Now the lunch is already there on the table for everybody, so I'll not, without much ado, let me come to the point. The issue under consideration is very topical, and not only topical, it's very interesting also, because this is a game changer going to be in the near future, not even in middle term. Why I'm saying so? Because now it is almost a common knowledge that CO2 and carbon, all these things are a non-acceptable thing because of the global warming concern. And all the countries, including India, have declared their net zero initiatives and the timeline. So if we have to reach the net zero, we have to be very careful that we have to replace all the fossil fuel utilization in every sector. And automotive sector is one of the major pollutant in terms of carbon CO2 emission. So we have to be very clear that we have to change the automotive fuel from the today's IC engine run on gasoline to an alternate green fuel. Now, what are the options? The options that we have already tried and which is also well accepted, may not be very commercially viable even in India today, but worldwide it's there, is the EV, electric vehicle. So from the typical IC engine, you have gone by the electric power. While doing so, the power is still being generated elsewhere using emitting carbon dioxide. Now to replace that power from carbon dioxide, that is fossil fuel based generation source, to a green source is one option. Then why are you talking about hydrogen in automotives? That brings to the topical issue that hydrogen serves the purpose of long-term clean automotive option. And despite the problems today, especially the problems of cost and nascent technology, the hydrogen is probably the best bet going forward in USA probably in 10 years from today, and in India probably 15 to 20 years from now. And I will be happy if things change overnight much faster. And the work is going on in this direction. Now, before I come to that, let me also start with another announcement which is known to this august body, but at the cost of repetition, let me say so, that even hydrogen as fuel cell, hydrogen in fuel cell used in car is not a very new thing in developed country. Passenger in June 2021, I was looking at the data, globally more than 40,000 FCEVs are on road. 40,000 may be a minuscule compared to the global number of cars, but 40,000 as such is not a very small number. And out of these 40,000 FCEVs, the passenger light duty vehicles are 75% of the total FCEV, buses are 15%, and commercial vehicles of the order of say 10% of the rest. Now, which are the countries which have progressed in this direction maximum? And if we look at it, it's Korea, US, and Japan. Their focus is on passenger cars. They are focusing 90% on the passenger cars. And China has adopted policies for increasing buses and commercial vehicles to start with. For refueling purpose, for fuel cell, as I understand, the data may be contested, but the general purpose, there are 540 refueling stations globally. Japan has got around 140, Germany around 90, China around 85, and even in USA, only in California, it is 50 numbers. Some trains are tested, and in fact, ICE, Intercity Express of Germany, which is one of the best in the hub one-off, have been tested for running between Munich and Berlin for running on hydrogen. It has been successfully tested without passengers though. Hydrogen as fuel in the aviation industry, stretching it a bit forward from the typical automotive. Direct hydrogen firing has a problem, we know, because we are trying in NTPC for our gas turbines, and we know that when it reduces the CO2, it increases the NOx. So we have to work on every front. Now, fuel cells for driving electric motors for propulsion is a possibility. Airbus 380 is being readied for run on hydrogen fuel very soon. And I am sure within a year, it may be a reality for a test run. But what can be done immediately in the airports? That auxiliary power unit, which powers a aircraft when it is on ground for the powering of lighting, air conditioning, and other auxiliaries, that can be immediately replaced with fuel cell, and that can be also fired with hydrogen. The issue is the cost, and the issue is reliability. Now, since there are 40,000 vehicles already on a road, we have certain amount of understanding about the reliability. The first problem of fuel cell, which uses membranes, today's technology, the problem is that start-stop operation clogs those membranes very fast and the maintenance becomes very high. But for long distance travel, this becomes a solution, and hydrogen in fuel cell using for buses for long distance and trucks and heavy vehicles for long distance is a viable proposition, except commercial purpose of it. Major challenges, if I note here, one is the cost of the vehicle. It is more expensive than conventional, either hybrids or EVs. We need to develop lower cost vehicles to make it viable. Reduction in cost of fuel cell, storage tank, etc. are the main important things, so that it can compete with other technologies. One important part in the automotive application of hydrogen is that hydrogen can be stored and taken in the tank in a special cylinder, and then it can be sent to the fuel cell on board the car or passenger vehicle or goods vehicle, and then that will charge a battery as a buffer, and the battery will give the drivetrain, which is a normal EV application drivetrain. So the upstream part has to be changed. Now the major problem here comes the hydrogen compressibility and hydrogen infrastructure, apart from the cost of hydrogen. Development of infrastructure for hydrogen production, storage and distribution is a big headache. We all know the hydrogen is the lightest gas, and the compressibility of that, other than reciprocating compressor, all kinds of compressors have failed to compress hydrogen to the desired thing, because if you want to make it commercially viable, probably 700 bar application will be the right one, but minimum 300 is required, without which it will not be simply applicable. Now, if you want to compress it to 300 bar, only reciprocating compressors can be used, and that too with special rings and other things, and that discussion is a more technical and topical discussion for that purpose. We leave it here. Then we have to go for a refueling stations. Refueling station means you have to refuel hydrogen. That means you have to carry hydrogen from the source to each refueling station all over the country and all over the world. Sending hydrogen through the pipeline is also another issue, and experiment is going on. In fact, NTPC along with GAIL has already taken a study for injection of 5% of hydrogen in the national infrastructure pipeline. Then comes the issue of onboard storage. The storage system are still very heavy and expensive. That reduces the mileage of the car. So we have to work on that to make it viable. Current fuel cell vehicle designs use high pressure tanks, which may be a potential issue in terms of not only production and availability of cylinders. It brings a serious concern about its safety aspect. Liquid storage is 30 times more costly than the storage in the compressed form. Efficiency, if we talk of that, the efficiency is a silver liner here. This is much more efficient than conventional IC engines, but lower than other competing technologies like EVs. So we need to develop high efficiency fuel cell technologies. And for safety, you have to implement the systems for ensuring shock-proof system, that is number one, and hydrogen leak detection and flame detection. The problem with the hydrogen flame, that when it burns, you don't see it. So it's a silent and is an invisible killer. You'll not be knowing whether your left hand is going to touch next moment a flame which is already burning at a very high intensity temperature. You will simply not be able to fight it. No firefighter can fight something which is not visible. Now, despite all these things, expected cost of hydrogen, if we look at that by 2030, the cost of hydrogen dispensing, production, storage, compression, refueling stations. These are the calculations I have done in my Excel sheet based on data collected from different sources. Although I'm confident it should be within plus minus 15% of the accuracy, is expected to reduce to approximately $4.5 in 2030. And the current landed cost after compression at the vehicle will be around $11.2. And that's a huge, huge cost. Focus shall be on reducing green hydrogen cost. Now, how do you reduce the green hydrogen cost is a discussion we'll leave for the hydrogen production. But the moot point here is the specific electricity consumption. That's the major thing. Today, it takes around 55 units of electricity to generate 1 kg of hydrogen. That has to go down. Another important aspect for hydrogen economy in general and EV application in particular for India, which is a water deficient country. And this is one area we have to be very careful that for 1 kg of hydrogen production, we need 9 kg of water. And so it's a very highly water guzzling industry going to be. We have to make a balance between our water availability, water footprint, and the advantages that we'll get out of it. Suggestions for way forward, I'll say that hydrogen production cost to be lowered to the below 3 kg. In NTPC, we are already working on a 25 kilowatt green hydrogen microgrid system. And I'm sure in another 7 months' time, we'll be able to do the commissioning of that. And we are experimenting on how to reduce the cost. Then SOEC based high temperature steam electrolyzer is a possibility which reduces the production cost drastically. This system enables steam electrolysis at high temperature. But then you need 850 degrees centigrade temperature of steam. That means you require another power station to fire and give you the steam. Now, when we are shutting down the power station, coal-fired power station, some of the power stations of appropriate size and type can be considered for preservation for using high-grade steam to only for the purpose of production of hydrogen. These are the vision which is included in my vision in NTPC, and our Netra R&D wing is working on these things. Exploring hydrogen firing in existing gas turbine, we are already doing jointly with Siemens and GE. Theoretically, 100% firing is possible. There are 2-3 issues. One is the you are going to increase the NOx. Then you are going to reduce the availability, I mean the lifetime of the components. And we are working it to bring it to the acceptable domain. Development of hydrogen production from biomass and municipal solid waste should be encouraged. Setting up of hydrogen refueling station at Delhi, Leh, Ladakh, all these things are very possible. Leh, Ladakh is one area where you can create a lot of hydrogen from the high and huge potential available there for green power. Fuel cell based EVs for Delhi, Chandigarh, Delhi, Jaipur, and intercity buses for Leh, Andaman, these areas are the promising things. And we are also as a company working on this direction. We are also working for the development of CO2 electrolyzer. And we are also closely in touch with the battery manufacturers as well as automotive manufacturers, because we don't manufacture the car, but we are jointly working with them. During the transition period, this is also very important. When you go for net zero of 2070, I think we should also look at beyond automotive application of hydrogen. I will not talk much on that because this is beyond the topic. But if we go for these applications, then the cost of hydrogen will drastically come down. And we are thankful to Government of India for coming out with a good hydrogen policy to start with, whereby they have allowed open access for 15 days of receipt of application within. Then green ammonia and hydrogen manufacturing can bank the unconsumed renewable power for 30 days, and DISCOMs will be obligated to do that. Then waiver of interstate transmission charges for a period of 25 years. And that's a very, very important policy, giving some kind of stability in this industry. And many more initiatives has been taken by the government. But we wish that we attack the water production and water consumption issue, then direct seawater electrolysis option we should look into, high efficiency hydrogen generation we should look into, and direct synthesis of green chemicals through electrochemical route. By all these things, if we can bring down the cost of hydrogen below $2, and if we can manage to have compression of hydrogen at least 300 bar and above with our indigenous manufactured compressors as well as material for cylinders, and we can have a grid all across, the fuel cell based hydrogen automotive is going to be the future. And I'm happy to announce that I'll be looking to have one such vehicle myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya. You have touched upon many points, right from infrastructure to storage to cost. And you also touched upon the sectors where it is more promising, right from Leh Ladakh to Andaman, and the initiatives taken by NTPC. Thank you very much for your thoughts. Now request Mr. Anitesh Patnaik, CSO Executive Director and Business Development Sales and Proposal ThyssenKrupp. Mr. Patnaik.
Yeah. So am I audible? Thank you very much, Mr. Satija. Am I audible and visible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay. So thank you very much. And I also have with me my colleague Atul also will be participating if required. So I have few slides which I will
Your slides are not so visible as of now.
Yeah, maybe hold on. I'll just do that in a minute. Let me know if you are able to see my slides.
Yeah, now it is there. You can take it. Yeah, fine. Now it's a full mode.
Okay. So thank you again. So of course, now the discussion that I heard in the first 10-15 minutes was more on the front side of supply of hydrogen, either in the form of fuel cells and so on for the automotive sector. But I am a little bit departing depending on the specialty or the specialization that my company, this ThyssenKrupp Industrial Solution does. And we are basically, I will just cover one or two slides on about ThyssenKrupp so that it gives a context what I'm talking about. And I will be mostly speaking about the production of green hydrogen. And then of course, conversion of this green hydrogen either to ammonia, which is today we are calling it as a energy carrier, and also possibly to methanol. But I will restrict myself in the next 10 minutes talking about the green hydrogen and especially from the technology perspective, what TKIS does, and then a bit of ammonia. So just a quick, just take a minute about ThyssenKrupp for people who are not fully aware. As a group, it's a huge organization worldwide with 34 billion euro sales in last year, and present in over 56 countries with more than 900 locations and more than 100,000 employees around the world. Obviously, it's a large organization and therefore a large overview of the product lines. As you can see, automotive technology is one of the related industry in which ThyssenKrupp is present, although I am not belonging to that group. Industrial components, plant technology, marine systems, material services, and steel. Steel part, I think many of you might have heard about ThyssenKrupp, but there are other groups. And especially under the plant technology, as you can see, we have a chemical plant and technology, which was erstwhile called as UDE, and then mining and cement. So I represent the CPT UDE group, which is part of ThyssenKrupp. So we are basically into chemical plants and technology. And one of the key aspects related to this seminar is that we also provide technology for the green hydrogen part. I'll come to that a little later. In terms of ThyssenKrupp Industrial Solution, that is the UDE part, we are specialized into, we give our services from technology, the complete end-to-end solution from technology to commissioning for fertilizer, hydrogen, electrolysis, we talk about alkali electrolysis, the nitric acid, and so on and so forth, refineries and petrochemicals and various downstream products. So we are basically a technology and then downstream player in all these industries. And that's what we do worldwide as UDE Group, which is a part of ThyssenKrupp. In India, of course, we are around 1,100 people. We are located in Mumbai, from where I am speaking. And also we have a satellite office in Pune with over 300 people there. That is what we do and cater services to the industry in India. Just for information, the other groups such as cement and mining, we have different other 8 offices across India. They handle those product lines on behalf of TKIS. In India, we as a part of UDE business line, we handle fertilizers, electrolysis, polymers, refinery. And of course, because of the electrolysis, I'll come to that in the next slide, because we already have a track record of making electrolysis and chlor-alkali business. And therefore, it comes naturally for us to be involved in green hydrogen and green chemicals. And I will speak about green hydrogen and ammonia and the technologies that Tyson Group provides to its clients in the next slides. Coming to green hydrogen, basically for the chlor-alkali business, where we are using the sodium chloride and water, forming a brine solution, and then electrolyzing it through the electrolysis, where electricity is one of the important raw materials. And then what we come out is basically chlorine and caustic soda, which is used in the downstream units. And hydrogen is also produced as a byproduct for different uses. So this is conventionally the chlor-alkali chemistry, describing the process, how NaCl and water is then converted into these 3 products. As far as this product line is concerned, these are the areas where we have already established. So the reason I described this and showed this particular slide is to give a feel to the audience here that Tyson Group, as a technology provider for electrolyzers, we are already present from east to west and south to north in India with our own technologies. Although it is green hydrogen, it is a little different, where we don't use the sodium chloride, we only use water. But nevertheless, the electrolysis concept is the same. So essentially, the technology of green hydrogen, which is the essence today of today's discussion, in terms of that, as you could see in the graph, we are widely present and have provided our technology in India quite widely. So this the green hydrogen, which we are talking about, the water alkaline technology, it is a joint venture between De Nora of Italy and the Tyson Group. And there is a company which is called Nucera, Tyson Group Nucera, and they are the company who is a part of Tyson Group, of course. And they provide the technology and the services part of it. And TKIS India, to which I belong, we provide the entire end-to-end solution in India, from coordinating for the technology supplier, including the complete commissioning, construction and commissioning, engineering, procurement, construction and commissioning of the entire hydrogen plant and downstream plants. That's how we work in India with support from Nucera and TKIS. Now coming to the green chemicals, where we are talking about the renewable energy, as all of us, nothing new now, everybody is aware that we are using 70%, in fact, of the raw material cost of the electrolysis is coming from the renewable energy. So that's a major factor for the electrolysis and production of green hydrogen cost. So this renewable energy with help of water is then broken down, converted in the electrolysis process, where our specialization comes, providing the technology and also those elements, which is the primary constituent of the electrolyzers, and to convert it into hydrogen. And then not only hydrogen, we also have technologies, many of you may be aware, our own technology for converting this hydrogen into methanol and ammonia. So we have our own technology. We have been supplying this technology in India also for many, many years, especially in the fertilizer sector. But that is also another area where this green hydrogen directly, it can be used for use in the automotive sector. And also it can be, as in the previous speech we heard, the green hydrogen transportation is a problem because it requires minus 230 to 40 degrees temperature to be maintained, and a lot of energy would be lost. So the other alternative could be that this green hydrogen can be converted to ammonia, which can then be transported, for which the logistics is already available in India. And then at the source, we can again crack it back into hydrogen and use it for the downstream uses. So that is something where, again, Tyson Group is specialized, and we provide technology for that. This is a nutshell how the total applications of green hydrogen looks like today. Apart from the green hydrogen, which is manufactured or made from the renewable energy, can be directly used by the consumers, or it can be converted into synthetic natural gas to be used in the mobility industry, which is we are talking about. And other than that, as I said, in the fertilizer sector, either it is ammonia or fertilizer, we can use it, and also as methanol for various downstream chemical industries uses. So this is how the total usage of hydrogen, and obviously the policy that the government of India has announced, what we spoke just in the last speech also, and we are waiting for the details to come out in a month or two. I think there is a good potential and investments coming up, not only in terms of green hydrogen, but also into the ammonia industry as well. So our technology, just giving one or two slides about our technology. I have another 3-4 minutes. I'll close that within that time. But these are some of the advantages that advanced water electrolysis gives, which is a proprietary technology of PKIS in terms of optimization and in terms of the specialty in terms of this electrode coating, which I understand is a very specialized area for optimization and optimization of energy, to say. So we have these advantages, and we claim that globally we are market leaders with 49% market share in terms of green hydrogen electrolyzers supply, and which is today the installed capacity equivalent is approximately 10 gigawatt of the power. And this is how the electrolyzer typically looks like. You can see here, you can see each of these elements looks like this: a cathode, an anode, and separated by a membrane there. And each of these elements can be stacked together to make it in the modularized electrolyzer here. And then these elements, this is one element, and this can be series of elements as a part of the module. This is a typical size that I have shown here, which is corresponding to a 20 megawatt, which is equivalent to 4,000 normal meter cube of hydrogen. So and then maybe another similar area for the offsites and utilities. So that is the kind of area we are talking about. And so we are worldwide one of the biggest electrolyzer modules, which is shown here. And of course, this is a very standardized solution that we have for years together as for the green hydrogen, and with a very optimized footprint, because over the years we have done a lot of research and a lot of efficiency in terms of optimization of energy as well. Just a couple of slides on green ammonia, although it is not purely the topic of today, but in terms of carrier of hydrogen, we can talk about green ammonia. So again, from 1928, Thyssen Group have been supplying the cutting edge technology in India as well, in the fertilizer sector, and including some of the very critical equipments, which is some of the proprietary equipments which we also are responsible to design and supply. So more than 130 ammonia plants worldwide that we have installed so far, with completely from technology and including the EPC solution. So here there is only one thing I wanted to show here that gives a magnitude that for a 20 megawatt electrolysis plant could be used for equivalent of 50 tons per day ammonia plant, which is in fact a modularized plant. What we supply in this area is a modularized 50 tons per day ammonia plant using 20 megawatt of green hydrogen. And then if you want to scale it up, of course, it can go up to, for example, 120 megawatt power could produce 300 tons per day of ammonia, and so on. And today we have the wherewithal and standard ready-made solutions to make these ammonia plants and the corresponding green hydrogen up to 5,000 tons per day ammonia plant, which is again a completely CO2 free ammonia. Okay, this is the conventional ammonia process that people who are aware. I will not spend time on this slide. And of course, this is where we are talking about, instead of using natural gas, we are using green hydrogen with the help of an electrolyzer and then making ammonia. So I would not spend more time on this because this is specific to ammonia. And this is where in Duisburg in Germany, we have a pilot plant, which is green hydrogen, ammonia, and methanol. So this is a pilot plant which the TKIS developed with help of the Federal Ministry of Education and Research in Germany. And we spoke in the previous session, we also need some sort of a pilot city concept to see whether the discussion that is taking place today can really take place. So this is one such pilot plant. Of course, this is related more to ammonia and methanol plant with green hydrogen. So we have a full-fledged lab and also a pilot plant in Germany. And from there, we have proceeded, to this kind of journey in the last few years. So
Mr. Patnaik, if you can wind up. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, I will finish it up in just a minute. This is the last slide. So we are talking about a carbon to chem with what I showed, the pilot plant, and then we have an global understanding with Air Products for global green hydrogen plants. And here in December 2021, we are the contractor, we are the service provider and technology and EPC contractor for a 2 gigawatt equivalent electrolysis green hydrogen plant in Saudi Arabia, which is the world's largest green hydrogen power plant till date. And of course, for Shell in Rotterdam, in Netherlands also, we are building a 200 megawatt green hydrogen plant. So I think that's all I have to say. Thank you very much. I think I took a couple of minutes more, but I'm really sorry for the extra time. And I can now take questions if there are any. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Patnaik. Owing to paucity of time, we will take the question offline and we will share with you. And then we can reply, send the answers which are from your side. Sorry for that.
Thank you.
The good thing and heartening is to know that, the initiatives have taken by the industry, as well as the impetus from the government is there on the hydrogen mission. And we all see that the different brands are in place like Toyota Mirai, Hyundai Nexo, or Honda Clarity. So industry as well as government, both are understanding the need of hydrogen economy. And as we all are aware, in the current Russia-Ukraine crisis, the so-called globalization is not helping and people are trying to become more Atmanirbhar in coming days. And we have been struggling with high import bill on oil for a long time. Probably this also will give us more impetus to all the stakeholders to move fast forward in the process of hydrogen economy. So since we are running short of time, I thank both the speakers as well as the organizers for such a wonderful session. There are many takeaways, many leads, and more important, the industry people, both speakers, have also shared their plan, how their companies are going forward in this direction. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to interact with you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir, for chairing this session, and we thank all the speakers for presenting their views and thoughts and sharing such wonderful ideas with all of us today. Thank you for that session on hydrogen as an automotive fuel. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time for the much awaited ICC Awards. And the second Green Urja and Energy Efficiency Awards presentation will take on, but we have a short commercial from one of our sponsors. May we request your kind attention. Kindly take a look at the screen, please.
कहते हैं इस दुनिया में कोई भी चीज हमेशा के लिए नहीं रहती, लेकिन कुछ रिश्ते ऐसे भी होते हैं जो एक बार बन जाएं तो फिर कभी टूटते नहीं। कुछ ऐसा ही रिश्ता है हमारा आपसे, अपने इस देश से और अपने लोगों से, जो हमेशा हमारे साथ रहे, साल दर साल, पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी। Borosil is full of opportunities. Every day is a learning for us. आज ये कंपनी जितनी हमारी है, उतनी आपकी भी है। सपनों से हकीकत की ये कहानी जितनी हमारी है, उतनी आपकी भी है। चाहे जितनी मुश्किलें आई, कितने तूफान भी टकराए, हिम्मत ने भी साथ छोड़ दिया, लेकिन अपने लोग फिर भी साथ खड़े रहे। आज ये पहचान सिर्फ हमारी नहीं, हर उस इंसान की है जिसने हमारे ख्वाब में अपना ख्वाब ढूंढा, जिसने हमारे हर सवाल का हर जवाब ढूंढा और इस एहसास को पूरा करने में हमारा साथ दिया। बस इस साथ को यूं ही बनाए रखिएगा, क्योंकि अब आगे देखने की बारी है। एक आत्मनिर्भर भारत ही नहीं, पूरी दुनिया को मेड इन इंडिया बनाने की तैयारी है।
We are the only Indian company to produce solar glass against Chinese competition.
कभी जिस आग की तपिश में ढालकर हमने लगातार देश का सबसे बेहतरीन ग्लास बनाया, आज उसी आग को अपने अंदर जलाकर एक नए भारत की नींव रखनी है। जिस धूप को सींचकर हमने इस देश को सोलर रेवोल्यूशन का सपना दिखाया, आज उसी धूप के तेज से नामुमकिन चीजें मुमकिन करनी है। हमारे यहाँ ये माना जाता है कि जब इस देश की मिट्टी पर इसी देश का पसीना टपकता है, फिर कोई भी हो ख्वाब जरूर पूरा होता है।
If you want me to describe it in a one word, I will not say it's an organization, but it's a family.
It's futuristic,
environmental friendly,
customer centric,
youthful and growing organization,
employee friendly and compassionate.
Borosil for me is a second home.
तो आइए, क्यों न हम और आप अपने इस रिश्ते को और गहरा बनाएं, उस आने वाले कल, उस अगली पीढ़ी को साथ मिलकर रास्ता दिखाएं। बोरोसिल रिन्यूएबल्स, नए भारत की नई उम्मीद।
Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we begin with the ICC awards, first and foremost, may I request Mr. Anil Razda, who is an eminent energy expert, as we all know him, and a consultant, also former Secretary Power, Government of India, to kindly please present the welcome remarks. Mr. Anil Razda, please.
Thank you very much, Juhi. It's indeed a pleasure to have attended this session, this Green Summit, which was chaired very ably by my old friend and colleague, Mr. Girish Pradhan, who has worked in the Ministry of Renewable Energy as Secretary, also in the Ministry of Power, and then headed the Regulatory Commission for Electricity in India. Now, a lot of industry captains, researchers, and enthusiasts have spoken today. Owing to paucity of time, we couldn't delve deeper into some of the very pithy issues that were raised. And the whole idea of the Renewable Energy or Green Urja Awards was to promote a kind of consciousness and the urgency of developing renewable and green energy in India, particularly in a situation where globally, as we all know, that we are moving towards a resolve to halt global warming. Conferences like Glasgow have been held in the past also, where a lot of people come emitting a lot of fuel and emissions, I should say, consuming a lot of fuel. Jamboree takes place, pious resolutions are taken, and then everybody goes home. Of course, this time it was lucky that the leaders could meet in the midst of a very severe pandemic, maybe the worst global one in most of our lifetimes. But yes, we are meeting today in the shadow of, I think, very disturbing news items that we saw today in the morning in papers. That Delhi, a city which is our national capital, is the world's most polluted capital for the fourth time in the world. Fourth consecutive year, I'm told. It is certainly not a distinction that any nation would be proud of. It is said to be the world's fourth most polluted city. Well, I was invited by the International Energy Agency some years ago, 7 years ago, to initiate a discussion on clean energy and clean cities. And this was a major concern. And I think things have only worsened because India is today the 5th most polluted country in the world with an average PM 2.5 concentration of 58.1 micrograms per cubic meter, which is an alarming figure, only topped by Bangladesh, Chad, Pakistan, and Tajikistan. And Bhiwadi, in the vicinity of Delhi, is the most polluted city in the world with a score of 106.2. Now, this kind of thing is certainly not good. And I was deeply concerned and pained when I saw these items. And 35 of the top 50 most polluted cities in the world happen to be in India, according to this Swiss report. I only hope it is wrong. And India's PM 2.5 levels, which had been falling for 3 years, have risen again. I'm a little surprised because owing to the pandemic and lockdowns, there were restrictions. And in spite of that, we've shown up this tendency to emit more. And I think it has been brought out in these very reports that the major pollutant is vehicle emissions. And those living in Delhi and metros have particularly noticed it in the last month or so, how bad it is to drive around. Now, we are meeting in this backdrop. And also another disturbing news, because this whole event is for renewable energy, is that the report of the Standing Committee of Energy in Parliament, which was reported by one of the papers very recently, said that we have really not been meeting our renewable energy targets. And there have been shortfalls in 2018-19 of 44%, in 2019-20 of 28%. And so far, in this year, probably 49%. Now, this does not speak well at all. And of course, I'm one of those who's not for very aggressive target setting opposed to reality. Yes, target setting has to be aggressive, and I myself used to set aggressive targets in my time. But it should be related to reality. We should create the enabling environment, and that is why today's meet with the industry is the right forum. And as I stressed the point, that we have to introduce these things practically and see on the ground how it is functioning. And the whole idea of industry and academic getting together is just that point. This country is not spending enough on research and development. And industry itself is to blame for it. Most of the spending is by government, and government spending is never the most efficient or pinpointed spending. We've been talking of solar capacities without creating these capacities in our country. Are we creating all these targets for our neighboring countries? Industry, I think we can pause. We have enough generation capacity in the country. We have to get together, encourage the players who are doing well, listen to industry, what problems they're going through. This very chamber, almost 6 years ago, had created a report after a global study on what needs to be done for industry. But I don't think very much came out of that report. So these are practical sessions, and I only hope that the awards will not only encourage the best performers, but will also give us an opportunity through a seminar like today or a conference to highlight the issues being faced by industry, attend to them. And industry has to get together very fast and put pressure on government, which wants to do good things, but it has to be given a practical way out. And things don't happen overnight. You have to have a certain gestation period and a lead time. Babies are not born before 9 months. and such projects do not take off before 3-4 years. My best of luck to all the industry, to all the good performers, the consistent performers, and I must thank our very eminent jury for having given their labor for the love of it. As I keep saying, just the passion which is driving most of us, like in today's seminar. But at the end of the day, those who are in the business, who have invested money, mostly borrowed money, must make more money and return to their lenders and also to their investors. But yes, in the right direction. But the sooner we get on with the practical mode of knowing where the problems lie and what problems are there in implementation, the sooner we will achieve our target. Thank you very much. I've said more than I ought to say, but I think it's been an extremely pleasant experience today through the jury, and I really thank all the participants for their perseverance. And I will be failing in my duty if I don't give a pat to Serene for having had the patience to be with us, and ICF for being with us all this time, and WASL, Ashish is there with us today, the Ministry of Power, having supported us in achieving this. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Passion is what is driving most of us. Thank you so much. Very well said, sir. And we hope that these awards, will help encourage more and more people to come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, after the welcome remarks by Mr. Anil Razda, before we actually present the awards, all of us know that an entire jury panel and a detailed evaluation process and methodology is adopted, which should be explained. And this will now be explained by Mr. Ashish Jindal, post which we will be announcing the awards. So we welcome Mr. Ashish Jindal, Energy Efficiency Services Limited, a joint venture of PSUs under the Ministry of Power. We welcome Mr. Jindal.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hope I am audible.
You are.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir. So good afternoon, all. I would like to first of all thank esteemed jury, ICC team for providing opportunity to present evaluation process and methodology adopted by ESL while assessing second Green Urja and Energy Efficiency Awards. So since I'm in this sector since more than a decade and supporting ESL's clean energy initiative through various national programs, I had a very great learning while preparing application, questionnaires, evaluation metrics for this prestigious award. The inputs from Razdan sir and sharing knowledge by esteemed panelists related to challenges status of India's clean energy transition are very insightful. As Indian electricity grid is going through paradigm shift with intervention of smart devices, whether it be talked about flexible loads, EV, etc., an increasing share of renewable energy in the electricity network. So even we know, as per Bureau of Energy Efficiency report, we have a clean energy investment potential of about more than 8 lakh crore by year 2031 across various sectors: agriculture, commercial, domestic, municipality, industrial, MSME, transportation. And thus it become more pertinent to award the stakeholders. So in reference to this, I would like to inform that during the journey of this award, we have seen a very good participation across industries and sectors. And since promotion of energy efficiency and renewable energy are major pillars for low carbon energy transition, so recognition of such efforts and felicitating them today will stimulate further action in accelerating the transition, outcome of which eventually contribute towards meeting INTC and broader climate goals. So I would like to congratulate the winner. Meanwhile, let me share my screen and present the methodology to everyone. Hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, sir. So briefly, the aim of our journey of this award was to recognize success stories of renewable energy development and energy efficiency deployment in the country, with an aim to have accelerated application to contribute to clean energy transition for sustainability and GHG emission reduction. So in that, we had various categories which we have developed, which we will explain later. So after comprehensive assessment, including application forms, questionnaire, we have informed to Secretariat, and we have rounds of discussion with jury members while preparing the final results. So broadly, we have 18 awards for us under this Green Awards, which basically are highlighted in this slide. The number one was RE Manufacturing Solar, financing institution for RE and E, energy efficiency, top IPP project development in solar and wind. There were innovative projects in jury choice also in 4 categories: supply side management, new concept, product development, and sustainability and environment. Then we have top industry in RE consumption, top discounts, both RE and E in public sector and in private sector. So broadly, these were the some references of application which we have received. These were few questionnaires which are just shown on the screen. Evaluation criteria is basically like this. So I'll start with the IPP, solar and wind first of all. So first, what we have done based on the questionnaire, we have evaluated and decide the marks like total installed capacity, total electricity generated, total valid live PPAs signed for new projects. And based on the percentile methodology, we have ranked an award in this category. Similarly, for industry, EE, we have various components, majorly 7, totaling up to 100 marks. So one is the capacity utilization for average figures for last 2 years. Energy cost as percentage of production manufacturing cost, again for last 2 years. Percentage of energy efficiency. So that is a comprehensive, you can say marks, 40% of the marks is into this component. And for that also we have considered the average figures. Next is investment done under EE projects, number of awards, presence of dedicated energy policy, and provision of energy audits conducted by energy auditors. Similarly, we have industry RE, where the most of the 50% of the marking we have provided to RE consumption with respect to electricity consumption. Next is RE factor, investment roadmap, and again the awards. Next is related to RE manufacturing solar. In this, we had the marking very comprehensively, where we have included polysilicon ingot manufacturing capacity as a component, solar cell manufacturing capacity as a component, module manufacturing capacity, investment in solar manufacturing, number of technology types, import-export ratio. So the lower it is, we have awarded the highest marks, highest efficiency, and R&D budget. So as sir has mentioned, the inputs from respected jury members, we have include all the absolute component which we actually help for this journey. Next is about the discount RE, peak demand deficit, percentage RPO target achieved as a major component in RE, 50%, actual T&D loss, accounted commercial loss 10, investment done in RE project 15, and number of awards again. And we have DISCOMs EE, which we have done for public and private. So here we have taken care of peak demand deficit as a criteria, T&D loss also, commercial losses, number of smart meters installed, because we have seen the journey in last few years that major of the states are coming up with this. But yes, what is the per capita of consumers? Failure of distribution transformers, investment done in DSME projects, and number of awards. Then
your microphone probably needs to come closer to you. There's some comment that you were not audible. Okay.
Is it better, sir?
Well, okay, could be better still.
Let me switch my video because to save the band. Is it better now?
speak on, we can't see you.
Okay. So basically, I think now it is better.
Not really, but could be better anyway.
Okay. So next is about the innovative in jury choice, where we have highlighted there were 4 categories. So in this, we have taken domestic value and scale of potential. There's a 40 marks where we have seen what are the, you can say, number of projects, policy program, which was successfully implemented field level, and which are the projects which are fully commissioned. And so these were the components around domestic value, scale of impact and replicability, and formulation of innovation scheme and policy. So very comprehensive detailing on that was done.
Your voice has gone off.
Next is RE and E financing, because this is also a very important component.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you. We can see the screen anyhow, so you may kindly scroll on in the interest of time.
Sir, I think he's facing network issue. So the screen is also frozen.
Yes, it's frozen. In spite of global warming, the screen is frozen. I think we could move on to the event, because a lot of people are waiting for their awards. Juhi?
All right. So thank you, Mr. Jindal, for letting us know the different categories of the awards which will be presented now, and for also sharing the methodology adopted for evaluation. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time for announcing the awards, the much awaited ICC awards. Second, Green Urja and Energy Efficiency Awards, for which all of us have been very eagerly waiting for. So as we begin, the first category is the top IPP project development solar. Ladies and gentlemen, it goes to Azure Power. Please put your hands together and let's congratulate Azure Power as they win for top IPP project development solar. Many, many congratulations. Moving on.
Thank you.
We have the next category, which
Sorry,
is
I think maybe
top IPP project development wind.
Juhi, I think Azure Power wants to say a word.
This one goes to
Juhi, can you hear us? I think she's also Delhi. Delhi has a network issue today.
Yes, sorry. At my end, I am unable to, you can say, I lose my network. So may I continue?
Ashish ji, I think we started with the certificates already. So after that, like if we can just continue with the slide, your slides, please. Juhi, are you?
Almost completed. Thank you.
Okay,
but
Juhi.
I think the award winner is going to speak for a minute. Azure Power, is it? He wanted to speak, I think. Is it scheduled?
Yes, he thanked for a second.
I just want to thank the esteemed jury members and ICC for organizing this session and recognizing Azure Power for this, award. During this COVID period, our organization worked relentlessly to to contribute to the renewable energy sector. And during that period, we in the state of Rajasthan, we commissioned almost 700 more megawatt of projects. And right now we are working towards the goal of targets set by Honorable Prime Minister of 500 gigawatt, we are trying to, contribute in that target and make this, India a global player in the renewable energy space. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, and many congratulations to Azure Power. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the next category of award is Top IPP Project Development Wind. So we request our team to kindly display the certificate, as the winner's name is Renew Power Private Limited. Many, many congratulations to Renew Power Private Limited. Can we have the certificate on the screen, please? Otherwise, we move on to the next category. So the winners, Renew Power Private Limited. Thank you and many congratulations. Let us move on to the next category, which is the top industry in EE deployment. The winners are ITC Limited from Saharanpur. Many, many congratulations. So I'll try to go a little slow so that our team is able to display the certificates on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, the third award, which I have announced, once again, many congratulations to the winners, ITC Limited Saharanpur. Next category, which is Renewable Energy Manufacturer Solar. The winners are Bari Energies Limited. Many congratulations to Bari Energies Limited. So after ITC, we move on to the next awards, which are for Renewable Energy Manufacturer Solar, which goes to Bari Energies Limited. Moving on, Top Discom Renewable Energy State. The winner in the gold categories is Southern Power Distribution Company of Telangana Limited. Many, many congratulations to the gold winners, Southern Power Distribution Company of Telangana Limited.
I see Raguma there on the screen.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Raguma Reddy, Chairman and Manager.
I would like to pause here for a while to know if I am audible.
Yes, sir. Ours is the newly formed state in 2014.
Should I move on?
No, he's speaking.
So
the next category are the silver winners, and this goes to Eastern Power Distribution Company of
Sorry,
Andhra
I think
Pradesh.
she is having some problem regarding
many congratulations.
Issue. Network issue.
No, but Raguma is speaking. Can she
So-
hear us?
Just talk to her. She is unable to hear us actually. Just a minute.
I'm trying to get it.
Yes, sir. Ours is the newly formed state. At the time of formation of the state, our capacity, renewable energy capacity was 54 megawatts. Today, our TSSDCL renewable energy capacity is 2,908 megawatts, sir. And we are developing solar rooftop, encouraging this solar rooftop policy, and we are encouraging our consumers. Today,
All right. So we have Mr. Raghuma Reddy, who is addressing us.
today our rooftop solar integration capacity is 201 megawatts, and we are meeting the RPPO obligation as fixed by TSERC every year, and we are implementing Telangana electric vehicle and electric storage capacity policy 2020 and 2030, and further 175 megawatts of waste to energy plants are synchronized in Telangana. And we have received award for distributed solar generation also. Sorry, I will speak on that after announcement. Thank you. Thank you for the jury.
Signal, please.
TSS
Thank you.
for the award of RE scenario in TS top discount in renewable energy. Thank you, sir.
All right. So thank you so much. And we move on to the next category, which is the top Discom renewable energy private. This goes to the winners in the gold category, Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited. Many, many congratulations to Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited. And the winners in the silver category are India Power Corporation Limited. Many, many congratulations. So moving on, the next category is Top Discom EE, which is Energy Efficiency State. And under the gold category, the winners are Eastern Power Distribution Company of Andhra Pradesh Limited. Many, many congratulations to Eastern Power Distribution Company of Andhra Pradesh. And the winners in the silver category are Uttar Gujarat Wij Company. So many congratulations to both the winners. This was the category of Top Discom EE State. So ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to the winners, and we will now be moving on to the next category of awards.
The Gujarat one on the screen, please. Didn't come on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Top Discom EE Private. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the gold winners, Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited. Many congratulations to Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited. And the silver winners under this category are...
I would request the host to please, catch up with the announcement of the awards and display the certificates on the screen. Is Uttam there?
Yes, yes.
Yes, Juhi, please continue.
The winners under the gold category, once again, Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited. So if we have the certificates, maybe request our team to display them, otherwise we'll move on. Yeah, so we have the certificate here. Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited, congratulations. And the winners under the silver category are India Power Corporation Limited. Many congratulations to the silver winners as well. So we move on. The next category is Top Financing Institutions for RE and EE. The winners in the gold category are Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency Limited, which is IREDA. Many congratulations. So ladies and gentlemen, we must congratulate IREDA for their wonderful win under the gold category. Many, many congratulations. And at the same time, now I would be announcing the silver winners, which are Tata Clean Tech Capital Limited. Congratulations. So now we move on after these set of awards. The innovative project and jury choice, decentralized solar generation. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners are Southern Power Distribution Company of Telangana Limited. Many congratulations to Southern Power Distribution Company of Telangana.
Thank you.
So this was the award under the category of Innovative Project and Jury Choice.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. Thank you, very much, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are not able to display the certificates due to the connectivity issues, but we are announcing the awards here. So I hope that we'll understand the technical issues that we're facing right now. After the Innovative Project and Jury Choice award winners, we move on to the next category, which is for Innovative Project and Jury Choice Demand Response. We congratulate the winners who are BSES Rajdhani Power Limited. Many congratulations to BSES Rajdhani Power Limited. Many congratulations.
Thank you, jury. Thanks a lot for recognizing our efforts on automatic demand response. And as CEO of a distribution company, we appreciate the need of the demand response, and we feel this is going to be a future tool to ensure the efficiency and to ensure the reliability of power. Thank you, jury. Thanks once again.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. The next category is for Innovative Project and Jury Choice Product Development. The winners are Vikram Solar Limited. Congratulations to Vikram Solar Limited. Many congratulations to all the award winners. And finally, last but not the least, Innovative Project and Jury Choice.
This is Shamujjal Ganguly from Vikram Solar. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the entire jury and Indian Chamber of Commerce for considering us. This makes us more motivated towards the renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ganguly, for addressing us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not the least, we have the final category, which is the Innovative Project and Jury Choice, Sustainability and Environment. And the winners are Borosil Renewables Limited. Many congratulations to Borosil. Thank you so much, and many congratulations once again to all the award winners. Ladies and gentlemen, before we finally conclude, may we request Mr. Girish Pradhan to please present the concluding remarks for the session. Mr. Girish Pradhan, please.
Sorry, everyone. Before that, Mr. Girish Pradhan is again facing some network issue. I think in Delhi, most of the speakers are facing the issue. So can we have Mr. Jindal concluding his slides, and then Razdan sir, if you can give your concluding remarks.
If the award winners, anybody who's left out who wants to say, I think Borosil was left out, and maybe Tata Power was left out. If anybody's here present and wants to speak, please.
Gujarat is also left out. Would like to express our hello. Good afternoon, sir. From Gujarat. Here, Uttar Gujarat Bridge Company Limited team is here. Hello. Audible?
Juhi, please give them chance one by one.
Thank you.
Gujarat, I think.
Yes. Yes, sir. Good afternoon. We are here, Uttar Gujarat Beach Company Limited, UGVCL. UGVCL team is here, sir. And our team is very thankful to you, the organization, Indian Chamber of Commerce, for this event, 10th Green Energy Summit and second edition of Green Urja and Energy Efficiency Award. We are very pleased to get and accept this award. Thank you on behalf of our company, Uttar Gujarat Beach Company. I am also very thankful to our Honorable MD Sir, Sri Jyoti Sir, to nominate me to accept this award. Thank you very much.
Congrats. Any other award winner present wants to speak? Borosil, I think, in case anybody's there. Since there is nobody, I think we could carry on. Ashish, if you wanted to say anything, otherwise.
Thank you, sir. I have already completed almost everything. Just I want to thank you, everyone. It was a very comprehensive and rigorous, you can say, evaluation matrix, where we have tried to capture most of the areas and components. So maybe, yes, congratulations to everyone, and would like to know and hear from more from the winners about their efforts. So that's also. From my side, it's over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Girish able to get back to us?
I don't see him on the screen, sir. He's just sent me a text that he's unable to connect.
Yes, it's a connectivity issue. Anyway, I think it's been a wonderful day. A lot of action packed in and a lot of constructive ideas which should take industry forward, because for India, I've been of the view from the very beginning, whether in the conventional power sector or in the renewable sector, that we are such a huge energy consumer and such a large population base that we have to install our own equipment. We've got to give an opportunity to our own industry to develop, prosper, and export to the rest of the world. That is the whole idea. And I think we could afford to wait for a year or two for everybody to get together. And this business of dependence on others when we have the capability must stop. Yes, we could be having few issues on raw materials that can be sorted out. Every country doesn't always have the raw material, but I think the energy needs of the future, the need to arrest global warming, the need to arrest pollution, all these issues have to be addressed, but we have to move manufacturing and installation side by side, because we are not short on power, luckily, at the moment. In fact, in the morning, if I would have addressed you, I would have also said that we're talking of net zero, which was the theme of this whole event. Do we have the courage to declare one day in a week as a non-fossil day and see how we can adjust our lives? Find solutions. I know what will happen. People will tank up or store for a day. But yes, we've got to try and see what are the pains, what is the way we can get around. Of course, exempt hospitals and essential services probably from this thing, but very essential services. But we have to try this out. If we want to come to net zero, we've got to start implementing it and seeing how the system can react to it. We are a vast country. It's an interconnected grid. We're talking of decentralization at the same time. We're talking of connectivity at the same time. We live in a region where it is easy to talk about regional cooperation, but the hard reality is that it has been an area of conflict, and it's not easy to have regional cooperation and total connectivity. But Indian industry is strong. Indian research institutions can be stronger. Indian academia is strong. We've produced talent to the rest of the world. But I think the challenge is to connect to each other's strengths and get on with the job. Most of my contemporaries in the university decided to go abroad, at least from the very top institutions of the country. They're across the Western Hemisphere. But I think India today presents the opportunity for Indian scientists, Indian technologists, and Indian industry to get together, seize this opportunity of growth, and be not only self-sufficient, but leaders in the world. We are the world's third largest energy consumer. And I think that the gap between us per capita and the rest of the world is huge. We don't want to be energy guzzlers. We want to work on energy efficiency. But at the same time, we want to see that no citizen in this country goes for lack of energy, lack of electricity. And the world is going electric. Hopefully, we should transit from fossil to non-fossil sources. The sooner the better, but we must get into the act. I keep repeating that, sorry, but I believe in practical action and not in theoretical targets. Thank you very much for all the cooperation, the excellent ideas that have come through the day. I must thank Girish Pradhan, my old colleague and friend, for having given a tremendous direction to today's event. Old friends, I keep requesting, and I will keep requesting them to come forward for this cause, to contribute. EESL has contributed very well. Saurabh and now Ashish for having given us this backbone support. You've been the vertebrae of this whole event. And without your vertebral support, this event could not have come about. ICF is always there to give us support, intellectual support, give us the knowledge part of it, and we're thankful for them for the knowledge partnership. And I must thank the Indian Chamber of Commerce for allowing a maverick like me to operate in the way he wants to. Thank you very much. And Serene, well done for your efforts and your perseverance and standing up to all my nonsense. Thank you very much. And congratulations once again to all the award winners. And we only wish that next year the participation will be stronger and even better. And we will be trailblazers for many others to follow. The success stories that will come out, you're most welcome to send them across to Serene. We'll try and see if the ICC in its bulletin is able to put across some of these ideas and provide also a forum for people to interact. Today we have the electronic media, and maybe if these success stories can be shared and business to business meetings can also be done through a platform. If you have any such ideas, please put them across to ICC. I'm sure Serene will take it up with the Director General and the President of the Forum. Congratulations once again to the winner, and my very warm thanks to all the eminent participants in today's event. And thank you, Juhi, for seeing us through. And sorry for any glitches on account of connectivity or other issues. It's just a boon that we could be meeting without physically getting to each other. We have to be thankful for that. But yes, you've got to get used to a hybrid form of life in the future. And maybe in the future also, when we meet physically, it'll be a mixed event where people can also come in through the web and participate with us. Thank you so much again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Saurav Kumar, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, Saurav, most certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Razdan. Let me echo all the sentiments of Mr. Razdan, who has been a mentor of mine, and it's always a privilege to be associated with him and Mr. Girish Pradhan in any form whatsoever. So thank you, sir, for inviting me in this jury panel. I would like to thank all the award winners, and I think it's only a starting of something much more that we'll see next year. And as Mr. Razdan rightly said, we would love to get inundated with more and more entries next year. Ashish and your team, I think you deserve a lot of praise for steering this across. I must also thank ICC, particularly Serene, who has been really at the backbone of it. Thank you very much, sir. And thank you very much, sir, for inviting me here. Let me once again congratulate all the award winners and look forward to interacting with them in future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye.